Campson.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Martin.
Present.
And then, are we going to read a?
Yeah,
motion
Mr.
to
Clatton
allow-
needs to be brought in. Mr. Clatton notified the chair earlier that he needs to participate in today's meeting via electronic communication, and that requires us, under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and the board's policy, to establish a couple things on the record, and then requires the board to vote to allow him to so participate. So, Mr. Clatton, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and then I'll turn this over to the clerk to call a roll call vote. The personal matter, as that's defined in the Virginia Code, that requires you to participate electronically today, what is that?
I'm currently attending a conference on behalf of my employer in Washington, D.C.
And the other thing that has to be stated is in general where you are, which you have said. So with that, I'll turn it over to the clerk to call the roll on the vote to allow Mr. Clatton to participate in today's meeting through electronic communication.
Basine. Aye. Buffalo. Aye. Campson.
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye. Okay, great. So first this is our school board workshop on our 2024 budget. And so we have a discussion of the superintendent's proposed operating budget. And you want Mr. Jenkins to come up, or you and talk? Okay. All right. Anyone want to start?
Dr. Martin,
Yes.
if I may, I think that as members of the board, we have, and was also uploaded on the board docs, there were several amendment proposals that were presented by two colleagues present here today. I think if we could start there, just so that we can move through those items. I think that the budget's already been presented. The questions have been asked. And at this particular point, if this is for the purpose of the workshop to address these particular amendments before we go to an actual vote for the board, I think that would be a good place to start.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having to open my own computer because I'm not able to click on these.
Yeah, I think that's where we were.
Yeah. Dr. Martin? Yeah. So I agree, Mr. Clanton, and that's, I think, the direction that, at least I think that we were headed in, unless there were any other updates by the administration or anything that they wanted to start the discussion off with. But at least speaking for myself, with the two pieces that I kind of raised, and of course, I submitted these two in amendment motion format, largely, subsequent to what Mr. Jordan had already submitted, although, which is why, wasn't kind of sure if you wanted, because,
I can go first if you want me to.
well, only because, when I originally started to think about, when I guess I had intended that we would have this budget workshop on the 1st, as usual, had thought, I had all these asks, so to speak, of what additional things I wanted to see in the budget, or areas in the budget that I wanted to strengthen, which of course would start with compensation. And a lot of the areas that Mr. Jordan had already had included in some of the items that he included here as well. The two big areas that weren't captured in, or weren't, it's not that they weren't captured, but so I will begin, but I'm going to talk about the areas that that weren't captured in Mr. Jordan's, and I'll let him speak to that, and I'll provide my comments then.
I'm sorry
But-
to interrupt, but could I just say one quick thing? I have a little concern, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I should have said it before you started talking. Normally, we do the closed session, so that we're able to look at the HR things and make sure that we are responding quickly, because we don't want to lose any teachers who are waiting to be officially done. And then we go right into our children and things that we're doing there. And that makes sure that we finish that before time's up, because we have a finance meeting. So I'm a little confused as to why those aren't at the beginning like they always are, because I'm afraid that we may end up not having enough time to get to them unless we put a stop time on it now, like, 5:30 or something, so that we have time to go back in and do what we need to do to make sure that we've approved the new teacher hires. Because if I was doing it, and if I was a new teacher being hired and I didn't get an answer, I'd be looking at some other schools.
We're starting our executive session at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely start at 5.
Yeah, so we.
Okay, as long as we start at
Right,
5.
it's-
They do tend to get long sometimes. They do tend to get very long sometimes. So if I know it's over at 5, then I'm sorry, and I really apologize for interrupting. I should have said it before you started talking.
Okay.
So we are going to finish this, and at 5 o'clock we'll be in our closed session. Oh, okay, fine.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I'm sorry, I know.
It's on the agenda.
We're doing a nice, good, and I messed up your train of thought, so I apologize. for
All
that.
right, yeah, well, that's okay. It's on the agenda. We start personnel at 5 PM. So we will
Okay.
go into closed session, and I'm going to try to go back to where I was. So I'm going to talk about the items that I personally wanted to bring forward, that Mr. Jordan, and I'll let him talk about those. So the two big areas that I specifically wanted to highlight, and I will, if you could please look at the motion around student excellence, literacy, and numeracy. And I wanted to, and Ms. Tanner, I think, is pulling that up. So she's going to pull it up. But if you can find it on, and I believe this was sent to you all on Friday also. So hopefully you had a chance
No.
to review it.
We did not get it. I didn't get it on Friday. I mean, I didn't.
Okay.
It wasn't there on Friday. I always check.
Okay.
That's why I was later when someone said, "Did you see all the stuff on?" I'm like, "No," because I looked on it Friday night. So I don't know when it came.
Okay.
Sometime over the weekend, I guess.
Okay, so I guess what my response to this would be that, Dr. Birdsong and her team have developed this budget based on the needs that they have,
Well,
the
could I-
needs of our students. But yeah, go ahead.
If I could just kind of continue and go through this.
Okay.
So, and we've talked a lot about this, but one of the areas that I know, I understand that, but we have, what I'm struggling with is that this budget, and this is the onus here, the part that I'm struggling with is the board's role. And the board's role and lack of putting forward board goals. Okay, so really what this kind of comes to is the board's goal around literacy. And really then aligning a budget around literacy and numeracy, but really literacy. So when I look at, and I pulled some data that the administration has, wonderfully put together and has provided to us, earlier this year, well, this was last year, that kind of shows the trend data, right? And even with the gap group. So you've had a chance to look at that and see that. And then just last month, we received data of the fall and winter trends. And when you look at that data, you see that we have just 5 schools where our third graders, where a majority of students are reading on grade level. 5 elementary schools of 33 elementary schools. That should give us all pause, where we have 5 elementary schools where our students are reading on grade level. Middle schools where our students are not reading on grade level. ninth graders who took the STAR test who are not reading on grade level. Our students are struggling, and it is upon us. I hold myself accountable. I hold the board accountable. And to me, what that tells us, or the question that I ask myself is, are we putting the resources in place to enable the greatest level of success for our students? And I have to say that when I look at year by year, it's telling me that I feel like we keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. And I feel like we have to do something different. And there's a sense of urgency around that to me. And I feel like we have a pool of money that perhaps we need to look at again and say, what could we do? If we had the resources, what could we do differently to better invest in literacy efforts for our students to move the needle? And that's what I am bringing forward to this board to say, what can we do as a board to help direct the administration to go back and perhaps look at the funding, the additional funding sources that we have, to put a focus on literacy, especially put a focus on our African American students, our English language learners who specifically are struggling with literacy. Can we put bilingual, multilingual tutors? Do we have the right supports in place? For students with disabilities, do we have the right supports in place? What else can we do? Do we have the right reading curriculum? I mean, I'm sure these are all things, I know these are things the administration is asking, but I want us to, as a board, to say, let's put additional resources, let's use the funds that we have available to put additional resources in place. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this motion, and that's where I would like to see this budget be directed. And that's where I'm trying to get board support around having more discussion, having the board ask the administration, say, can we go back and look at this again? Can we pull funds from other sources to better align resource to some of our schools, especially those schools with greatest need, to expand and strengthen our literacy programs to ensure greater success for our students.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to say with confidence, there's not one person at this table who doesn't 100% agree that we need to take urgent action to make sure that our students, are reading at grade level at least. And my question around it is, why is it really the money? Is the money the issue? Because there's a bunch of different reasons why this, our test scores are the way they are. But I believe that Dr. Birdsong and her team have assessed that in every option. I think that they're trying to be aggressive with getting our children back on track on grade level. And I mean, if they're not, I'd like to know why. But I, I also, what I'm hearing is, because we approved the strategic plan, so we agreed to those goals. We have the monitoring tables but we haven't even started monitoring yet. So I think once we see how the administration and our schools are hitting those benchmarks moving forward, we'll have a clearer idea. That's why we put together the strategic plan. That's why we have all these tools in place, so that we have a better idea of the progress is being made in our schools. So I'm just a little concerned that at the last minute right now, asking Dr. Birdsong to change the budget when we haven't even given a chance to start monitoring the progress. And at any time, they have the ability, if they need to divert funds because there's new opportunities or new they discover something, they can also do that. with board approval. So, that, those are just some of my thoughts right off. But I get it, and I love that you're passionate, right now about this. And I think we all are. If we could throw money at something and make it work, then yeah, I think we would all be on board with that. But I think that but our role from this, after we vote today, is going to be holding Dr. Birdsong and the staff accountable and monitoring that progress.
Right. And can I make a clarifying point too? So this is not just throwing money. This is not just.
Just a moment, Mr. Clanton.
Mr. Clanton, I just want to make one clarifying point.
Yes, I have my
So this
my
is
hand up.
this is not just throwing money at something. This is not even throwing. This is intentionally putting resources toward literacy, monitoring the use of those resources through accountability measures,
Right.
to see what's working, what isn't working. Right now, we know what resources are going towards specific programs, but we don't necessarily know what strategies, what programs, what's working, what isn't. The board doesn't. Like, I don't know necessarily what has a certain program been effective at moving the needle, because when I look at the data, I don't necessarily see the needle moving. I mean, I don't see the needle moving. So I'm having a hard time with that, and I'm expressing that. That's how I'm expressing it. That's my challenge. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I know Mr. Clanton's been patiently
Go
waiting.
ahead, Mr. Clanton, and then Ms. Campson.
All right, I appreciate it, and I just want to first, start off. I share the sentiments in the respect of a sense of urgency, and that all of my colleagues in regards to literacy. If you can't read, you can't do the math, you can't do other things. However, I would like to dovetail also what Dr. Martin had said in the respect of the budget has been made. It is there for us. It is the board's responsibility on that budget. However, I just have to reiterate that this is not a sprint, but this is an intentional marathon that we have to be focused on. And that when we look at this particular item here, it takes about 3 years to see any real meaningful change. I think we've heard that several times before. But what we're seeing is incremental changes, and we have to give it time for us to be able to get the results. But I also want to point out, when we talk about resources and the information that has been presented to us, that I'm looking at, that Dr. Birdsong also in an item that we'll talk about the resolutions regarding reappropriation of funds, $7.84 million there, but $7.4 million is going back, that we're bringing back into the resources that we have, that's going back into student tutoring, and that's going to be focused about students. The number one thing that's going to support our students' achievement is having highly qualified individuals in the classroom. And I think that the budget also addresses that, increasing teacher pay, many different efforts that we've seen for retention, as well as recruitment. So I see this, but what I see also, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it, it's a lot of things. I also look at some things that I see as ideas that I would really like for us to look at going forward, because I think that we have to give our administration, and what we've seen from governance training and everything else, we have to give the administration time to be able to bring the information. They're the experts. I'm not trying to get a superintendent's license. That's why I think Dr. Birdsong is there, and her team, and those others, that they're the professionals. But it's the responsibility of us as board members to keep and shine their light on there. We just approved this budget. I mean, not the budget, but we approved the strategic plan. We have goals, and like we said with the monitoring, we have to give it time. And I think that there are some things that have been raised, that have been presented, and that we'll continue to talk about here with my colleagues. But I don't think changing and amending the budget at this 11th hour to try to say that we're going to put focus, especially when there's no dollar numbers. That's one of my biggest concerns with the proposal that you have here on this thing. And I like the idea, but there's no dollars on it. And there hasn't been an opportunity for the administration to identify what that cost would be. But there is something in the resolution that they've given us for reappropriations that I think will address that. So that's my biggest thing right now, is that I think we have to have time. I think these are things that we can definitely continue to talk about as a board and a governance team, and we can look at it for the future budget. But I do believe that the literacy component is already in place, and the administration has already aligned a budget. They've shown it to us to the strategic plan. Thank you, Dr. Martin.
You're welcome. Please put your hand down from your screen. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Campson.
Thank you very much. Great work, Tanya. You did a lot of work on this. I'm very impressed. I agree with everyone else, having gone through this myself with a very low-performing school, and it does take a few years. It took us 4 years. Typically, the goal back then was turn it around in 3 years, was what you were told to do. It took me a little bit longer. We were like in the bottom 5 in the district. But no excuses, but it does take time to show. But once it showed systematically, and so I'm not going to get into a lot of detail because both of you have spoken very eloquently to it. I do have a concern that I see rolling through often when we look at the children, who all this is going to be for. All of that's perfect, African American children, ELL children, special needs children, but they're also Hispanic children. They're not mentioned here. Just because you're Hispanic doesn't mean that you don't need extra help, or you do. They could be very fluent in English. Not all Hispanic children were born elsewhere. Most of them are Americans. So we're leaving them out. We're leaving white children out. Just because you're a white child, if you can't read, you can't read. The focus should be on any child that is behind on making reading level, every child, not to just pinpoint certain people. We didn't turn this district around the last time it was turned around by hand-picking certain groups of children. We focused on every child that needed it. Yes, the money was dispersed differently because some schools had more children that needed it than other schools did. But the child that needs it, if they're the only child in the building and they're low, they need to have help. You can't leave the other children out. You can't leave them out. And I'm disappointed when I see that continue to happen, because this should be about a child. It shouldn't be what they look like or what language they talk or what disability. Every single child that is not operating on grade level should be getting the same support. The school as a whole may not be getting all of that support because maybe they have a lot more children that are on grade level now. But the ones that aren't, no matter what their background is, what their race is, they should not be ignored. This is what happened in the school systems back in the 80s and 90s, where they're just pulling certain groups out. We left that behind. And when we were doing this at the turn of this century, what we were doing was making sure that we were identifying the child that needs it, no matter what other alliances they had. Every child. That's how we turned a school that was in the bottom 5 into one of the top 2 or 3 schools in the district, and certainly one of the top schools in the state, by not looking at race, by not looking at language. Once they had it, if they didn't have it, then they came in and got the extra help, no matter who they were. And I think we need to keep that in mind. This is about each child, not about a group of children. Every child, no matter what their background or what their life is, they don't need to be ignored. And that's why I feel disappointed when I see certain things pop out. Yes, the African American children have a much higher rate of not making it, and they need to have a lot of extra support. And that's what this is all about, and that's what it's been about for a long time. This didn't just happen here. All of a sudden we thought, oh, there are other children besides that. So, and I was in a school where we were about equal with African American children and white children. And I can tell you by the end, it was pretty much, and very often, the highest subgroup that came out of it was black children, because they were looked at as individual children. Every child was their individual self. And if they weren't making it, if they weren't reading on grade level, they got extra help. So I'd like us to kind of keep that in mind. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what Ms. Messina has brought forward in the comments that have made. I think this really circled back, in my mind, to the point that Ms. Messina made. So I don't think we are clear as a board what it is that we are focusing on. and how we are monitoring. So on the one hand, I agree with Ms. Campson. We should focus on every child. When you look at the data, and you do it by every child, the recommendation around providing supports for every child, I think, is there. But if you also look at the analysis, the needs analysis, that's analyses that have been done, the conversations that we've had throughout the year. The reason why we look at data throughout the year is so that we can see where we have opportunities to leverage and provide support. And so it just so happens in Norfolk Public Schools case that when you look at the reading data, we do see some groups of children, some individual children who have greater needs that we can support. And so what how I interpret Ms. Bassine's recommendation, how I interpret how the budget process and the strategic planning process and the governing process should work is that the board be clear about what it is that we would like to see achieve. And I would hope that looking at our literacy data, that advancing literacy in particular, but literacy and numeracy at a rate that moves our children to compete, or at least in terms of outcomes, at and above the state average is what we should be doing. And so as I looked at the data that Ms. Bassine brought forth and have looked at our data throughout the conversations that we've had over the years, I too think I would like to have a better focus in our budget on how we're going to specifically advance our children reading at and above grade level and meeting or exceeding the state, or if nothing else, meeting and exceeding school divisions that are similar to ours. I don't see this process as a last minute process. I think that's the way it works. We know that we have obligation to submit a proposed budget to the council by a certain date, but we don't start monitoring, and we didn't start monitoring. I mean, we've, with the exception of Ms. Buffalo, the rest of us have been together 4.5 years. We've been monitoring data before we had a strategic plan. We're going to monitor data in the midst of the strategic plan, and so I don't think we can take the position that every 3 years, every 5 years, we're just going to start from scratch. I think that our trend lines, and it crosses boards, as Ms. Campson said, it crosses administrations, are clear. The pandemic has heightened it. And so I think that we do need to be clearer, and if board members are clear on specifically how the recommendations, the budget is going to accelerate and advance our reading progress for each student, every child, or any groups of students, I'd like for you to share it with me. That's all. I think that's the value of the conversation. I think it's more than just the board submitting questions to the administration submitting answers. I think the board has to have a conversation about, do we see this advancing what we prioritize? And if so, then let's be all in. But if we aren't clear, then this is the time to have that discussion to make sure that we are. And if we have to make amendments, we make amendments. I mean, that's the way the process works. So I appreciate it. I think there is an emergency. I think if you do look at African American reading scores, the district is predominantly African American, and if you go back, if you look at this data, or if you go look at the school by school data we just received by recently for the Winter Star, we have some schools where, some middle schools, one middle school, where it's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I think that maybe somewhere between, 3 out of 4 of the students were in the urgent category. That, to me, when I see something in the urgent category, that suggests to me that we should have a sense of urgency. And if you look at the school by school data, we have significant numbers of children who are in the urgent category. And if you look at it across years, if I understand how it's supposed to work, that in some respects, the scores that if you look at the winter scores that we just got for this year, if you look at the winter scores that we just got for last year, if you look at the final scores that we got, if you look at our SOL scores, you can kind of see some connection between the STAR reading performance and what our end of the year performance is, at least on some assessments. So when I look at it, it does raise an alarm for me, because I want to be clear about what we're doing. I'm not saying that we aren't doing things or the administration is not looking at it, but as a board member, I want to be clear how the budget is going to specifically drive and accelerate student learning.
Could I just say one thing to that? I agree with you in so much of this the same way. I think we have a lot. I just want to make sure that we never close our eyes to any child. That's my concern when I see this, because I've done it. I'm telling you that if every child knows that you mean they can do it, if they have high expectations and you have a good solid program, and then you start looking at this data, and I looked at this data 10 years ago, 15 years ago maybe, and I looked at this, and when we got accredited, that meant we hit 50. We were on 50, we hit 70. And when we looked at it, we're like, how can we get past this? And when we did, we looked at it and we saw, well, what about all these black children here who didn't make it? Our problem was we weren't looking at each child, because you can't say, all right, I've got two, 3 third graders here. We're going to help this child because they're some background, but we're not going to help this child because they're in a more typically better background. I'm just saying exactly what you're saying, and what you're saying is we need to do these things for children, but we can't decide which child it is based on race or native background or whatever, or what language they speak. Every single one is important. The minute we identify them as being off grade level, no matter what their background is, no matter what subgroup they're in, if you do that, because you're never going to have a high-performing school unless you have addressed everybody. Hitting that 70%, we picked the low fruit on the tree. We had to climb the tree and make sure that we had our eye on every single child. And that's what I'm saying. I think we're all in agreement we need to do something with this situation, but we can't let any child left out in the cold because they're a different race or color or something. That's what happened and got us in this situation in the first place after we integrated our schools, is they knocked them around. So that's what I'm saying.
So, Rodney, what I'm hearing you say, though, is that you need more clarity around what the administration's plan is to intervene with these children so that they can begin reading on grade level. Am I accurate?
What I'm saying is I want the board to be clear. So to the point that Ms. Campson made, so just looking at the information on the screen, again, we know this is from last year, but if you just look at, not on that slide, if you go to the next page, so I'm trying to get them straight, yeah. So on that page right there, the very first row says all students. If I understand this correctly, we have significant percentages of all students that can benefit from growth. I know we celebrate growth, we want growth, we advocate for growth. What I think the board needs to be clear on is what expectations do we have? So, and Ms. Campson, you have led us throughout the last several years at looking at incremental progress over time. So Are we on schedule? Are we behind schedule? Are we ahead of schedule where we want our students to be?
Right,
And-
we're going to find that out in June for the baseline. That's what's coming.
No, the baseline based upon what starting point? Are you saying that we don't have a baseline today? You're saying our baseline
I
won't
thought
get
we
us?
were using this year as a baseline because of all the influence that the pandemic had. I thought this was our base time. Am I mistaken
No,
in that, Dr. Birdsong?
We also,
Is
if
Ms.
you recall,
Hampton's mic on? I can't hear.
from last year too, that we're looking at, but you're.
Well, I know you're
absolute-
looking at it, but I
yeah,
thought the
but you're
base
absolutely-
time was that because last year was all pandemic so much. But either way, whichever it was, you're right, when you say, we don't start again after 3 years, years, we should already, baseline, we should be going up each year. It sounded, when you said that you don't want to, that we shouldn't be looking at just that, you're right. From base year to year 3, there should be growth. And to me, the thing to always look for, the thing I always look for was everyone is going to be there. And this situation where we see the very high lack of pass rate for so many of our African American children, that's what your eye's on. But it doesn't mean you're not also taking care of the rest.
No, I think that's this is an argument that gets made often when we just try to talk about improvement of children. So, to me, I thought for the last 4 years, at least that we've been together, 4.5 years we've been together, we've looked at progress for our children.
Yes.
We were looking at progress of our children before the pandemic hit. We established some goals and expectations prior to the pandemic hit.
Right.
The pandemic hit. We made some
Fortunately.
adjustments. We made some adjustments, and rightfully so. And then now that at least we're not in the closure part of the pandemic anymore, what I understood the board was trying to drive towards was we may have been at one point prior to the pandemic, we dropped as
Everyone
scores did all around the country, had drops in the midst of the closures. We're now hopefully trying to recapture where we were prior to the pandemic and accelerate above it. So as a board, my understanding was that we've been looking at that, but what I don't think we are clear on right now is what we're targeting, what we're monitoring.
Right.
So I appreciate the monitoring tables, and we talk about that, and we talk about it at least once a month. But at some point in time, we need to be clear. What I'm saying, Dr. Martin, is what is it that we expect? So if we have, I was going back and looking at some of the tables, we have some SMART goals around gap group closures,
And that's where our eye needs to be on
which
the
is
gap
what that
groups.
is,
And that's what that is.
which is what
right.
that chart is.
Right.
Yeah, but when
So-
I say it needs,
Well,
I'm sorry,
right.
go ahead.
So if we have gap group closures, which unfortunately we use gaps based upon characteristics of students. So in the table where we're monitoring gap group closures, we compare black to non-black, students with disabilities, without students, white, non-white, we do all that. What I hear Ms. Basine saying, what I agree with, and what I think as a board we need to be clear about is where we are and how we provide supports and resources to the administration's recommendations to get from A to Z or 1 to 4, whatever it is. And so in order for us to do that, I think it is better for us to be clear about where we are and be clear about how the resources that we provide are going to drive it. I think, and to Mr. Clanton's point, I like the idea of the fact that we want to set aside more resources for tutoring. But I also want to be able to see what impact the tutoring is having. I like that we set aside resources for more students to be able to attend summer school. But when I look at the readiness scores that we see in the fall coming out of summer school across years, then my expectation is that as the children are being tested in the fall, that we're going to see a growth in terms of their readiness as a result of the investments that we're making. So it's not
Yes.
it's not necessarily about specific recommendations. It is from us as a board just being clear about the goals that we establish, what we are monitoring, not just year to year, but quarterly, incrementally, and then making sure that as a board, we are backing what works and supporting it and feeling free and comfortable in asking questions about things if we don't see alignment with where we say we want to be.
I agree with all that. I just want to make sure we have our eye on every single
Every
child.
student.
If I walk into a classroom and there's a little intervention group of 4 to 5 kids, it could have a gifted, and maybe it's long division. They got picked up on their data. That's why you have it. You don't have it just to look at the overall thing. You have it to guide instruction. And if you're in a classroom, your teacher has you split up on a skill, because we check them out each week on Fridays. And they came back on Monday and they could be in a different group, but that group might be long division and it might have a special needs child. It might have an African-American child. It might have a white child. It may have a Hispanic child. It may have a couple girls and a couple boys. They were all picked, not for the subgroup they're in. They were all picked because they could not do long division. We didn't just do general. The difference between old-timey remediation is they're low, bring them all in. It's now, these kids popped up as not having this particular skill that we were teaching this week. And so we're going to intervene for them next week, and it doesn't matter what background they're from.
Right.
They
but you-
need long
but
division.
You're speaking at a classroom, principal, building, micro level. All what I think.
But if
What-
every building at micro level were doing that,
Right.
then it would come together as a whole district.
Amen to that.
And that's what the superintendent does.
And
is
amen
brings
to
it
that.
together.
What the board does, in my view, is all those students that you just mentioned across the division as a whole, the board gets data at a higher level. And so if the board sees that as a result of what is being presented to us and where our focus is, if we see that we have 60% of our students that aren't reading on grade level or who aren't mastering subtraction or whatever the skill is, then we then ought to ask some questions about, well, what is it that we need to do to provide greater supports that then filters down so that the classroom teacher or the tutor or the parent or the principal, whoever it is that's engaging that child to support that individual child's growth. So I can just say from my perspective as a individual who happens to be African American, who happens to have African American daughters that graduated from the school system, and maybe an African American grandson who may come into the school system, what I'm seeing in terms of literacy performance for African American students requires, to me, as a board member, greater urgency and greater supports. And whatever it is that the superintendent wants to recommend that she believes and her team believes is going to advance that, I want to support it. And so I'm asking the questions and looking at the data so that I can support that. And I want to do that for each and every child as well. But the data and even the strategic plan mentions that we have a opportunity gap when it comes to our African American students.
Absolutely.
And leading.
Absolutely.
And Ms. Bassine has pointed out that and you have as well, it's beyond that.
Right.
I just want to make sure the board is clear so that whatever budget we support is going to advance the student achievement goals that we say that we share. And what I'm hearing, at least for me, is I don't know if I share whatever it is that you share. I mean,
Or,
from a
Right.
specific standpoint, I think we do share it from a broad standpoint.
right,
So,
so, yeah. And so, yes, and I personally don't believe it's a zero-sum paradigm there where if you're intentionally focused on groups based on the data, that you're not focused on each and every child. So that wasn't the intent of that motion. But
Dr. Martin, may I ask if, so we have 15 minutes,
yes,
do you mind if you?
no. And I was
if I
going to
could yield?
say, in the interest of time, I think we're in agreement on that piece. But if, at least philosophically, I'm going to yield to Mr. Jordan to talk about some of the other areas, and in hopes that we can come back.
Oh, is that okay, Dr. Martin?
Go ahead.
So I worked hard to meet the goals and timelines that we've set. I submitted 6 areas where I'd like for the board to consider whether we have the time to have the discussion at this point in time or not. I still like it to be considered. Personally, I would like to see the board vote on the budget on the 22nd rather than on the 15th, so that we can have adequate discussion with everyone present based upon the time and efforts and thoughts that we've had just on this one item that Ms. Basine brought forward. But I like to, we just had a good conversation about SMART goals and outcomes. So one of the recommendations that I have that, and I know we're working to reach this, is that through this process, the board is going to submit its proposed budget to council. The council will act on some things. The final budget will be determined by the board. I think we'll probably vote on it sometime in May, obviously, by the deadline that we have by the end of June. At the time that the board approves its final budget, I think the board should also have approved our SMART goals and outcomes around where we're going to give focus beyond the 30, 40 tables, where we're going to give focus. So that's one. The other recommendation is around the Ignite program. There's a recommendation that we do a pilot with one school, that school being Lindenwood. I think if we're going to do a pilot, we should do more than one school. I don't think one school is a pilot. I think we should at least have, I mean, I don't want to give a number, but to me, you would at least have, you would have more than one, so at least you could compare how it works. I think that our data suggests that we can do more than one school. I think we should do more than one school. If you look at our vacancies, if you look at the number of long-term subs and other data that we have looked at throughout the year, I think we should do more than one school in the Ignite program, which is intended to support the goal around having sustained, effective, fully staffed teachers in the classroom before our students, where I've long heard that that's where the rubber hits the road and where the where student learning really counts. So I think we should do more than just one school. We could tie it to schools in our tiers. We could tie it to schools based upon the comprehensive improvement strategies that we have with the state, but I think we should do more than one school. The other items I looked at, there's a focus on Norfolk being competitive when it comes to our compensation. We talked about this quite a bit with our steps in compensation. I am pleased with the administration's goals around and efforts and recommendations around having Norfolk being in the top when it comes to salaries. But if you look at the data over time, Norfolk has long been competitive from year to year at different times and intervals at our starting teacher pay and our salaries. Where Norfolk has been off, in my opinion, and where we have could do much better in terms of supporting our staff and being competitive in the marketplace, is our policy around our steps. So When we talk about being competitive, if Ms. Basine took me out to the tennis court and she was just hitting balls back and forth with me, she would still run me around the court. But at least at least we knew what we were doing, right? We were just practicing and hitting balls for fun. If we start keeping score, she's still going to beat me 6-0, 6-0, 6-love, 6-love. But I'm going to be hustling and striving around the court to keep up with her because now we're keeping score. And so when we talk about being competitive in our compensation and support for our administrators, teachers, staff, and everybody that's making it possible for our students to be successful, we have to have some boundaries and some playing field upon which we are operating. So we need to know what the score is. We need to know what the court is. We know what the out is. We know that in the tennis example, what a double fault is. You don't get 4 chances and call it. I don't get 4, and Ms. Basine doesn't get 2. I am recommending that the board have the administration to adopt a 1-for-1, 1-step, 1 year, 1-step philosophy approach when it comes to compensation for our staff. I've given examples. I just pulled examples randomly. So I did one chart for administrators. I did all 5 high school principals. I just did 5 high school principals because it was an easy number and it was all 5. Okay.
They always make more money there than the elementary.
Yeah, whatever it is. And to me, I didn't even look at the money because I didn't look at salaries because I know that salaries can vary and whatever. What I was looking at was competitiveness around steps. Virginia Beach had a study they did. I watched their discussion. I read their report. And part of what they said they wanted to do, they wanted to outpace Chesapeake. And they think that they are doing that in terms of what they've adopted. Many of the things that Virginia Beach thinks that they are doing to outpace Chesapeake, Norfolk has already done, I think. So for example, I know at one time we were changing our steps so that we had a 2% between steps. I think we've done that. At least at one time that was something that we talked about. Virginia Beach, they were looking at 1.5%. The bottom line is in these recommendations that I'm bringing forward around compensation is that we be clear that we will be a 1-to-1 school division, as many of our peers are that we compete with, so that as you see in the examples that I provided, and they were pretty random. I just took some of the information that Mr. Billups had shared with us. I asked the NFT and I asked the EAN, just give me, 6 examples. That's all I said. They gave me 6 examples. I didn't use them all. I couldn't figure them all out, but I just used them. And so just from our random sampling, you can see that even on the path that we're on, I think we can do much more to advance our competitiveness if we are playing with the same rules and the same expectations as those school divisions that we are competing against as we work to retain and as we work to attract.
So what exactly is it that you want to happen with the salaries? Are you saying you want every single employee of Norfolk Public Schools to get a step every year? Is that what it is you're saying?
At least. At least. And that
At least
we,
there was no more,
well,
if
because we
it's
could
every single one.
we could do more than 1 step, right?
Oh, well,
Right? So yes.
well, the 1 step could be 3%, but you're
I'm-
saying that every single person would get a step of some value,
So
an equal value.
So I tried to make this as
I mean, I'm
easy-
very
as
interested
easy
in
as I
this.
could,
That's why, but
okay?
I wasn't clear on
I was
exactly
trying to make it
how
as
you were
easy
saying
as
it.
I could to say that a year is a step.
Okay, so it is.
Okay, Okay?
And if we decide that
And-
1% is the step, then every year, everyone will get at least a 1% step. And if we decide that a 3% is the step, then every single employee would be making the same percentage of a step. Okay. I needed to
Ms.
clarify.
Basine says right.
All Tanya has to do is use her head and and she explains it.
Because if that's how if that's how you're defining that step.
You're right. Whatever the step
But-
is, everyone gets a step, and the steps are all equally percentages, right?
How it's defined.
I can't, I'm not astute enough to answer what it is inside of the schedule. That's where I need the expertise back from the administration to give us an update on what the percentage differences are across the steps. I'm at a,
Yes,
I'm at a higher level.
My
I'm at a higher
point right now
level.
wasn't what the percent was, it was that every single person gets a step every year.
For the sake of time,
Okay, I'm
in
sorry.
the examples that I gave,
Yeah, you got 5
I
minutes, I'm
got
sorry.
3 minutes left. Well, we started a little late. Ms. Tanner, can you just bring up the one that has the administrators on it?
When is that?
Yeah, I was looking at the principal one the other day.
Yeah, I'm just using that one because it's a
You
smaller
mean the one
number.
that's used at Virginia Beach?
I'm sorry?
It says voting motion.
I think you mean the administrative one that just uses Virginia Beach as an example.
That's it.
The item that I put. I can't see what you have. It says administrators
I
on it.
just think it's the one that uses Virginia Beach as an example,
Yes.
which is my angst, because that's apples or oranges. But I know we got 2 minutes or whatever else.
Can I just finish? I'm not sure what, so you can help me with apples and oranges. I'm
Talk
just,
about it later, because we're not going to have enough time here.
okay, well then I'll,
Go ahead, Rod.
okay. So I just use this as an example because I could not figure out for years why we would always hear that individuals would leave Norfolk, go to Virginia Beach, maybe come back to Norfolk to get on their correct step. So this is what I have determined that I understand Virginia Beach is doing, at least as it deals with administrators. So I just took, like I said, I did all 5 high school principals and then randomly did others and just did a comparison between, this again, this is my data, none has been verified by Mr. Biltz or anybody else, it's just me, what Virginia Beach is doing is resulting in many cases, our administrators being many steps below what their years of service would be based upon how they got there. So if they taught in the classroom, and that's what credible teaching years is dealing with, and then they moved to an AP and then eventually moved to a principal, whatever the process that they went. In Norfolk, what our data has told us for at least the last 7 or 8 years is it's not always clear how an individual gets on a certain step. That's what in part resulted in when we talk about the compression and folks not being on the correct step. What Virginia Beach does is they take the credible years of service in the classroom, they divide that by 3, they give you years, they then take those years and then they apply those years as you move from the teaching to administration. And that helps to determine how then, when they become an AP or an administrator or principal, where they fall on that step. For teachers, it's just 1-to-1. You start as a teacher, and for every year you get a step. So I'm saying that right now, I believe that what we are funding and what we are embarking upon still is not driving us towards this 1 year, 1 step, equitable, competitive result. And so I think that we should look to adopt a 1-to-1 as Virginia Beach, Hampton, Chesapeake, and others are doing, so that we can truly be clear about where we want our competitiveness to be and be clear about the resources that are needed to have that competitiveness, and just be straight and forward clear about it. Because it could be the case that as we look at the carry forward funds, that funds we have carried over the last several years with the support of council and others, could have addressed our one-to-one. So I don't want to see it go out another 3, 4, multiple years, especially when resources that are available to us now may not be available to us again, and not get us truly competitive in the marketplace, as is a strategic goal and a goal that I do know that we all agree on and share. So my time is up. We can talk some more about it when we come out for the broader session, but I gave one around Ignite, one around goals. The others deal with the compensation, and then with the carry forward funds that I am recommending that we do even more than what the administration has brought forward, and take every single dollar of that carry forward funds and set it aside for classroom instruction, supports in the classroom, and innovation, whatever it is that we may decide or the administration may recommend to us that may look like. Set that money aside.
Isn't that our maintenance money? Isn't it where the money comes from for school maintenance?
It doesn't have to be. The money for school maintenance can come direct from council. It doesn't have to come from us.
Has that ever happened?
Ms. Campson, all I'm saying to you is, I think maintenance is wonderful. We need maintenance. We also heard from Cooperative Strategies that we also need to do some consolidation, and we've known that for a decade.
Yeah, and we
So
haven't done it.
so some of the maintenance that we have, some of the vacancies that we have, some of the carry forward that we have is a result of us not right-sizing. And all I'm saying is that getting money for maintenance is fine. But what's going to drive the student outcomes and the literacy and the numeracy and the other issues that we talked about is going to be the quality of the teacher in the classroom, the quality of the building leader, and all the supports that they have to grow academic achievement. And I'm asking that in this budget cycle, that we prioritize those student outcomes and those staff that are going to drive those student outcomes over any HVAC system or anything else that we may think is a priority. That's just my
And I don't
my
disagree
request.
with doing the leveling here. That's great. That should have been that way before. But our schools, everyone hears me cough. Where do you think this came from? 20 years in an old, unmaintained building with all kinds of unfortunate breathing things there. And this is what happens. And it happens to our children, too. It may not hit until they're older, and it comes and gets them the way smoking does, but it gets you.
I'm with you. I'm a father of an asthmatic.
The only source that we have for maintenance is those funds. And so we're going to just have the schools falling apart.
No, I'm
And
not
that's where
suggesting
the
that.
children are. We need to do this, but it doesn't have to be everything here or everything there, or we could look for other sources, because we definitely need to get our salaries up. There's no doubt about that. But to have no maintenance, and it's very little money for maintenance.
No, I'm not suggesting that we have no maintenance. I said for the carry forward funds.
Yeah, but that's
that-
the main source of it. The big source of it is there.
Well, we'll talk about it. You all can
Okay.
vote it down if you
Yeah, and
like.
I know we need to stop.
Ms. Basine, go ahead, and then Mr. Clanton, and then we'll move on to executive session.
I'll allow Mr. Clanton to go first.
Go ahead, Mr. Clanton.
No, my comments are to move into executive session, so you might as well go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Basine.
I'll save my comments for when we have this discussion in the open session later. That's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All right,
everyone.
Madam
Good
Chair, I'm
discussion.
going to be moving to executive closed session then.
Did you just make a motion?
He did.
I did.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by
Buffalo.
Ms. Buffalo.
A pen. Okay. Move that members of the school board go into a closed session for the purposes which are set out in subsection A of section 2.2-3711 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as amended 4, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the school board of the city of Norfolk pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A1 of the Act. The subject of this portion of the session is the personnel on today's regular personnel agenda. B, discussion or consideration of disciplinary and any other matters concerning students in Norfolk Public Schools that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A2 of the Act. The subject of this portion of the session is the discussion of students on today's regular student support agenda. And then C, counsel and briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where the discussion in open session would adversely affect the school board's negotiating or litigating posture, and consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by counsel pursuant to subsections 2.2-3711A7 and 8 of the Act. The subjects of this portion of the session are those set out above in subsections A and B of this motion. Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Campson?
Aye.
Clanton?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye. All right, thank you, everyone. Our business meeting portion of tonight's series of meetings, so welcome. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to come out of, see, I always do this. We have to come out of executive session. So can I get a motion to come out of executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we come out of closed executive session.
Second.
Board of the, sorry. A resolution certifying executive meeting of the School Board of the City of Norfolk in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, whereas the School Board of the City of Norfolk has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the School Board of the City of Norfolk that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore it be resolved that the School Board of the City of Norfolk hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from an open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the executive meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the executive meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Norfolk. Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Campson?
Aye.
Clanton? Clanton?
Frozen? Maybe frozen.
He looks frozen, doesn't he?
Oh, no. Chris, looks like he's frozen.
Oh, maybe he's just.
It's not, he's frozen, we can't get him.
You want to do a pass?
I'm frozen. His eyes are blinking.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay. I called your name, Clanton,
Watching.
to certify the resolution of the closed session.
He must not hear it.
Can you hear? Is he on mute?
Sign language, please.
We're calling you.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, there he goes.
Can you hear me now?
Works so well for the
Hold
first
on.
pal.
It in the chat. Can you hear us now?
Oh, there
He's
he goes.
looking at it. He's looking at it.
Yeah, we're doing it through
I
the conference
can't
phone.
hear. But I do certify the closed session, though.
Thank you. Okay. While we figure it out.
We need some audio. I can't hear.
Okay. Gabriel?
I certify aye for the portion of the meeting that I was in attendance to.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Mr. Clanton, we're going to come out and then rejoin. Okay, you can't hear me. Okay.
Sorry, we are unable to complete your.
Okay.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID. Enter your participant ID followed. After the tone, please record your name. When you have finished recording, press pound. You are in the meeting now. There are 14 participants in the meeting.
Came back in, and I don't know.
I saw him there. He was sitting.
There he
Oh, there
is.
he is.
Can you hear us now?
There we go.
Can you hear us now? Unmute yourself.
I can hear you.
Yay!
All right. Okay. Where were we? Now we're ready to do roll call.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay. Basine?
Here.
Buffalo? Here. Campson? Here. Clanton?
Present.
Okay. Gabriel?
Present.
Jordan?
Here.
Martin?
Present. Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Clanton. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Basine.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that we amend the agenda to move, sorry, with the screen, I gotta get back, to move item 5.03, discussion of the school board's FY 2024 operating budget. I'd like to ask that we delay the vote and discussion to March 22nd.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes?
We would actually need to adopt the agenda and move during that period of time on the item for which is adopted.
I think we
In
have
other
to-
words, it needs to be on the agenda for us to defer it.
So we first have to approve the agenda,
Then
and then we can change this particular item once it has been approved.
Once it's been approved.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll table that. Go ahead. Anyone else? Did you have something?
Yes, I request that we move item 4.03 personnel report, move it to section 5 discussion decision agenda. If that's all possible.
So it'll become
5.04.
4. Get that? All right. Then we'll, any other changes?
So just a point of clarification, with the request by Ms. Buffalo, do we have to approve that, or is that something that automatically can go through?
We're going to have to approve that.
Right, okay. Ms. Buffalo,
Want me to put in motion form?
I would like to understand why you wanted to pull it from the consent agenda.
And,
The personnel?
and we have, it's so, I mean, we're not scheduled to meet next week. I know I'm doing student hearings.
Oh, wait.
This is for
yeah.
the, Ms.
This isn't-
Buffalo is asking to pull the personnel report out of the consent agenda.
Oh, okay, that's the other
And-
one. Thank you.
Oh,
And I can put it in a motion if.
no worries then.
Okay.
Okay.
Or we
A
could
motion isn't
adopt it.
necessary. It's not consent.
Okay. What's that?
No, I was saying a motion isn't necessary because it's not consent. So she has the right to remove it, and then it has to be moved as an item in the agenda.
Yes,
So,
we're good.
like
We're
you
good.
said, Madam Chair, 5.04.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and call the vote.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Campson?
Aye.
Clanton?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye. Okay. All right. Up first on the agenda. What's that?
So now that it was approved.
Oh, now that it was approved. Sorry, go ahead. I keep jumping ahead.
Now, I would like to request that item 5.03, discussion of the school board's FY 2024 operating budget, where it's right now expected to be discussed and voted on tonight, to be moved to March 22nd.
Okay.
Point of order. Point of order. When we get to that item on the agenda, you can then ask for it to deal with it. Where it's not in order at the time. We need to go to the orders of the day, which is now the Pledge of Allegiance.
I believe. I don't know if that's correct or not, but
That is correct. It is
based
now
on
on
our
the agenda.
discussion
It's
earlier during the workshop, I think that we can make
When we
this.
get to the item on the agenda, Ms. Basine, then you can move to defer it. That's all I'm saying, is that it's not in order right now. You need to move with the
We'll
pledge.
follow the parliamentarian.
Well, I'm not sure that it is, but.
Either way, it'll be voted on. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Go ahead, Ms. Murr.
Good evening. We request that all cell phones and pagers to be turned off or to vibrate during the course of this meeting. Thank you. Please rise and remain standing.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
Let's see, and we have the adoption of the business agenda. Okay, and unfortunately, we won't be having the musical performance today.
No. We weren't going to have TWP,
Okay.
but Madam Chair, Zach Rooksby and Channel 47 is going to introduce a musical performance by various NPS students in recognition of Music in Our Schools Month. So Channel 47 will play the video.
Good evening, Chair Martin, Vice Chair Moore Buffalo, school board members, Dr. Birdsong, administration, and guests. My name is Zach Rooksby, and I'm the Senior Coordinator of Music and Theater for Norfolk Public Schools. In March, we celebrate Music in Our Schools Month. To quote Hillary Clinton, music education can help spark a child's imagination or ignite a lifetime of passion. When you provide a child with new worlds to explore and challenges to tackle, the possibilities are endless. Music education should not be a privilege for a lucky few. It should be a part of every child's world of possibility. Here in the Norfolk Public Schools Music Education Department, it is our goal to connect every student with the benefits of music. The lessons learned and the development supported in the music classroom benefits not only students looking to be artists, but students of any musical skill ability entering any field of study or work. Recently, in an effort to bring the possibilities of music into our elementary schools, students have been participating in a variety of experiences and performances in partnership with many of our community partners. Finally, today I want to take a moment to recognize students from our secondary schools who auditioned, were selected, and participated in prestigious district, regional, and state music events. These musical scholars of distinction have distinguished themselves and represent some of the most outstanding characteristics of students in our schools. Thank you once again for your time, and thank you for your continued support of music education in Norfolk Public Schools.
Let's see, up next we have the school board clerk's report.
Yes. Take a moment, everyone, to look around at the beautiful artwork on the wall. Take note of that. This is Art in Our Schools Month, too, Music and Art in Our Schools Month, so we are very proud to have artwork from the Academy for Discovery at Lakewood, Academy of International Studies at Rosemont, Granby, Lindenwood, and Tanners Creek Elementary Schools. Let's give those students a round of applause for their artwork. And the clerk's report notes the following observances for March. Like I said, it's Music in Our Schools Month, Youth Art Month, National Schoolwork Month. We're going to have a proclamation for that. Public Purchasing Month is this month as well, with a nice proclamation. Read Across America Day was March 2nd. I hope you guys had a chance to go to some of the schools and read to our scholars. And then School Social Work Week was March 5th through the 11th, and National School Breakfast Week was March 6th through the 10th. And that's it.
Thank you. All right, up next we have our superintendent's report. Go ahead, Dr. Birdsong.
Good evening, Chair Martin, Vice Chair Buffalo, members of the board, and members of our community. We have another exciting video for you this evening. Perhaps what I'm most excited about, I'm excited about all of it, but we were able to host the second highest ranking military officer in the nation at Blair Middle School recently, Admiral Christopher Grady. So you'll get to see his work with our brilliant children at Blair Middle School under the supervision of one of our greatest teachers, Mr. Wesley Knight at Blair Middle School. So let's watch the video.
Students in Blair Middle School's Future Problem Solving class had the opportunity to participate in the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff STEM Challenge. For the challenge, students designed towers made out of paper and tape that had to hold a can of vegetables for 1 minute. They had 3 weeks to come up with a design, a prototype, and a final project.
We've done quite a few of these engineering challenges within the class. However, these materials seem to be posing a challenge to them. So it's been interesting to see how they're overcoming those challenges, problem solving, troubleshooting, and thinking about what they know about structural engineering, which is very little, but they do have some good ideas.
I thought it was gonna be easy from the start, but when I found out that we had limited tape, it was kind of hard because limited tape and paper. We only had 30 pieces of paper to use, and that's it. And we had to make it tall, but somehow use less paper, because the less paper the better, and the taller the better. Yeah.
Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Christopher Grady, and his wife Christine came to Blair to judge the structures. The Admiral went from team to team, talking with students about their towers and tallying scores for each of them. Winners were announced at the end of the visit, but it's the experience itself that will stay with these students.
It was really cool, but when he came to test it out, it was pretty nerve-wracking. It was we were all shaking, but it's really cool afterwards just to see someone that high up come in and do something for us and take the time to do it.
They all did a great job. They all worked, and we had such a diversity of designs, and they all worked. It was fantastic. Mr. Knight, what he has done and what this school has done to inspire the idea of solving wicked hard problems, which this young generation is going to have to do, his mission is way more important than mine, and so I give him all the credit in the world.
Students in Maury High School's Medical and Health Specialties program spend a large amount of time learning at Eastern Virginia Medical School. During this visit to the Human Anatomy Lab, The forensic medicine class, which is made up mostly of sophomores, studied human bones to determine their age, sex, ethnicity, and stature. This hands-on introduction to forensic anthropology enabled students to gain valuable insight beyond a textbook.
I want them to be able to have bench skills, not just be book smart, but to be able to use tools. So over at the pelvis station against the back wall, they're using calipers, rulers, and protractors. A lot of kids do a lot of book work and they're very book smart, but they don't have hands-on skills. My goal is problem solving, bench skills, and to develop an interest in math and science.
We're determining sex, age, ethnicity of skulls by looking at their teeth, looking at their mouths, looking at the back of their skulls and the front. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun to actually look at all the skulls because you don't usually get to do that.
Being here with EVMS, and just most people aren't able to have this opportunity to actually look at real skulls and real pelvises and features of a real human, and to be able to identify and analyze them. I wanted to be a neurosurgeon, so surgically being able to deal with bones and different types of things. It's very eye-opening.
Parents, family members, and young artists gathered at the Kroc Center for Norfolk Public Schools Youth Art Month show. This well-attended event featured approximately 300 pieces of artwork from students in grades kindergarten through 5. Because this is the first art show held in 3 years, students and their teachers could talk about their artwork in an exciting and unique setting.
Fantastic, yeah, she did a beautiful job. This was abstract artwork, so she took a regular image, took a little, almost like a puzzle piece of it, out of it, and then made that into her artwork. So, yeah, it's beautiful.
Abstract, and I like the colors that I put into them because I like bright and dark colors, so I chose more the bright colors and some dark colors.
This first art show of the year gave parents an up-close look at what students are learning in art class and the opportunity for them to admire their children's artistic talents.
One of the best things about these art shows is it brings out the community, it brings out parents and guardians, it brings out our stakeholders, and we get to engage them in the art making process. The things that we're doing in the classroom, it immerses the families in that experience. And there's nothing that warms my heart more than seeing the students stand in front of their artwork and parents taking photographs of that.
It feels wonderful. I'm really proud of her, all her talents. She just amazes me every day with something different. I didn't even see this coming. I just looked at my messages and saw your child has been selected. So I'm like, okay. So I'm glad to come here and see her work and just proud, super proud of her.
Norfolk Public Schools partnered with the Mideastern Athletic Conference and Town Bank to provide outstanding opportunities for our students. As the winners of this year's Read with MEAC contest, Taylor Elementary hosted a terrific celebration, complete with a DJ and mascots and cheerleaders from MEAC schools. Taylor received a check for $2,000, and they also had the top reading class in the competition. While this energetic pep rally was great fun for all those in attendance, it was made possible because students read books.
Town Bank has been a sponsor of the MEAC for ages, and definitely Read with the MEAC. We prepare the certificates for all of the kids who have read all the books, and this is something that we could really, really get behind, because if you can't read, you cannot go forward and you cannot progress.
It's exciting. It's really exciting. It's, just seeing the students just excited about reading, enjoying the pep rally and the DJ and dancing. So being connected to the Norfolk Public Schools and the reading contest, and then with the college fair, is just a way for us to touch the community.
Well, I hope that the students really appreciate the excitement, the recognition that they receive, and it will really motivate them to continue to read and to read at high levels. We are blessed to have MEAC as a partner with Norfolk Public Schools, to have the HBCUs come out and celebrate with our boys and girls. It just means a lot.
The next day, all 5 of Norfolk's high schools traveled to the Harrison Opera House for the MEAC College Fair. Representatives from several MEAC schools were on hand to answer any questions students had about their colleges and universities.
The importance of the MEAC College Fair is great.
The students are exposed to a variety of colleges and universities, and it provides an opportunity for students to see post-secondary opportunities so that each student is equipped for the world after they graduate from high school.
One of my favorite interactions is always seeing the student's face light up when they are like, oh, do you have this program? And I'm like, yes, we have that program for you. If you want to be a psychology major, if you want to be in criminal justice, we got you covered. Definitely come talk to me some more. I'll tell you all about it. And the students really light up, and that just really helps me get energy to keep going.
It's pretty cool. I'm learning new things about Norfolk State University and the different majors and different minors and different things and activities that's going on. So I'm really interested in learning more about the actual college and what it offers, like the opportunities that you can, possibly gain from it.
It's been good. They've told us information that we need to know about college life and like how to get in. And I asked about literature and psychology, and all of them were able to provide information on both of them, on whether I want to major in them and like the programs that they have. So I think it was really helpful.
Lake Taylor High School teacher Kevon Mills held a special signing in the school's media center for his new book, Bullets Have No Eyes. Mills, a 2012 graduate of Lake Taylor, wrote the book in about a month and wanted to give students a story they could relate to. Students, including the one featured on the book's cover, and staff members, came by to show their support for Lake Taylor's newest author.
This is his first book, so I think it was great. When it came out, I read it, and it was a quick read. He based it at Lake Taylor. So, of course, the names were changed and everything like that, but it was interesting to to have a story about a student, because we have so many here that are in that predicament or situation like the one in his book.
It's based off of reality. Even though it's fictional, it's based off of some of the things that as a teacher you may see, or even some of the things you encounter. It feels good. It feels good. It's something that it was one of my gifts that I kind of put on the shelf, and I worked in one area for a very long time, so now that I'm bringing it back, it's rewarding.
And up next, we have the citizens' comments on agenda items only. Go ahead, Ms. Tanner, and read the procedure.
Yes, Chairwoman Martin, for tonight's citizens' comments on agenda items only, we have 15 speakers. Today's speakers have signed up for public comments before the start of today's business meeting. If you would like to provide public comments for agenda items only, you are required to state the agenda item you are addressing prior to providing your public comments at this meeting. When your name is called, please come forward to the speaker's podium right there. If you need to adjust it, there's a button on the side to bring it up and down. State your name and whether you have a child in Norfolk Public Schools or if you are employed by the district, and state your agenda items. One person is to speak at a time. If you are representing a group, state the group's name. You may ask your group members to stand in place to be recognized. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. A timer is set with an alarm that will end and signify the ending of your speaking time. State your position and give facts and other relevant data. Avoid saying anything that identifies students or personnel information about individual employees. Personnel, disciplinary, and confidential matters may be addressed to the school board directly via email at schoolboard@npsk12.com. Comments should be addressed to the board and not addressed to an individual member. School board members do not respond to public comments at the time they are given. Any written statements or supporting materials should be given to the clerk. And our first speaker for this evening is Mary Anna White, who's an attendance tech, regarding attendance tech in every school in imminent danger pay.
Good evening.
Good evening, dear Honorable Birdsong and honorable members of the school board. I'm Mariana White, a teacher at Granby High School, a resident of Norfolk, and also a member of the EAN and VEA. Many of the members couldn't be here tonight because they're at the state convention. Thank you so much, first of all, for everything that you do. Of course, the first thing I have to start with, since we're talking about budget, is please strive for a full 10% raise for all employees to keep us competitive with the surrounding districts. Please also make security a priority with new metal detectors in every school. Security is critical to keep our excellent staff here. Please provide attendance technicians at all elementary schools as well as middle and high schools. If the students aren't in class, we can't help them learn. Please help us extend the wraparound services that we provide for the families. If the families are having difficulties, then it will be difficult for students to reach their full potential. We also need to advertise more the services that we do have. Teachers have requested of me 2 more mental health days per year that they can take as needed. Finally, I and others request that we break for winter break a little early, December 20th, because kids cannot really focus that close to Christmas, and we need to show cultural sensitivity to families who celebrate Christmas. Thank you again for all you do. NPS tries hard to serve the diversity of our needs of our kids and families. We're still coming out of COVID, and we need to continue to support our families and staff and build our relationships in the community. Thank you.
Next, we have Brody Young, who signed.
Good evening.
Good evening. Superintendent Dr. Birdsong, School Board Chair Dr. Martin, School Board Vice Chair Dr. Ms. Buffalo, and all in attendance this evening, good evening. My name is Deborah Self. I am Assistant Principal at Granby High School, and I also serve in the capacity of the Vice President of the Norfolk Secondary Schools Principals Association. I will be reading to you a letter presented by our president, Mr. Tommy Smeagol, who could not be here with us this evening. However, I do have with me in attendance Ms. Kim Jackson-Denal, who is also our assistant principal liaison with the association. And so I will begin to read the letter that is presented on behalf of the association. Dear Dr. Martin, on behalf of the Norfolk Secondary Principals Association, I am writing to show our organization's full support for the superintendent's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2024. Our organization represents all secondary administrators, including middle and high school principals, assistant principals, deans, and aspiring secondary administrators. In December 2022, Dr. Birdsong met with our organization to discuss our priorities. We previously surveyed all secondary administrators to gather their feedback on issues and concerns using the goals and objectives listed in the Norfolk Public Schools Strategic Plan. We used this feedback to narrow our request into 3 of the 5 goals in the strategic plan: safety and climate, workforce, and resources. These are also listed in the order of our priorities. Dr. Birdsong allowed our organization to share our ideas and concerns, as well as offer solutions to assist with our district's pressing needs. Dr. Birdsong truly listened, and it is reflected in her budget proposal. We appreciate that she sought feedback from us as stakeholders when determining her budget proposal. We understand that it is difficult to propose a budget which meets the expectations of all. However, our organization was thrilled to see support for many of our requests. We trust that Dr. Birdsong will continue to work with our organization on finding more solutions and work together to produce positive outcomes for our students. We strongly encourage you and the Norfolk School Board to support Dr. Birdsong's proposed budget. If you have any further questions or would like to discuss more solutions, please feel free to reach out to me. And this is submitted by Mr. Thomas Smeagol, the president of the Norfolk Secondary Principals Association. Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Garman.
Good evening, Mel Garman, NPS teacher, NFT secretary, SEAC member resident. This is my 5th year teaching and my 4th in NPS. Prior to teaching, I retired from the Navy as a chief petty officer. The Navy has a saying, officers run the Navy, but chiefs make it run. And we do, because we are the subject matter experts, the tried true personnel who have had the most intimate hands-on experience to get the job done. And I'm here to tell you that while I recognize the school board, the superintendent, NPS run this district, allow me to remind you that it is the NPS staff who make this district run. The bus drivers and monitors, custodians, cafeteria staff, nurses, teachers, paraprofessionals, and other classified staff, all the laborers and technology experts that make our buildings and our systems run. Those are the people that make school happen. In my 4 years at NPS, I have met many people who have given decades to this district. I have to be honest, I look around and I say, why? What has NPS done to deserve that type of loyalty? It definitely isn't the annual bonuses that we pay taxes on ourselves. It definitely isn't the step compression that has gone far too long without being corrected. It definitely isn't the raises when your veteran teachers are getting 2% and 3% per year, while the average is 6.91. Most of the bonuses proposed in this budget are a carryover from last year. They're designed predominantly to target new hires. A reasonable and popular trend, we understand that, but let's be honest. Those bonuses failed to prevent our current overwhelming staffing shortages. Teachers alone, you have over 200 vacancies. That's not counting the rest of the district, and you get that monthly report because that's where I got my info. I'm aware of the pay raise and salary increases advertised in the superintendent's budget, but I am highly doubtful they will materialize as proposed. The math just doesn't balance. So it's imperative that that pay scale be published before we're presented contracts and in time for us to decide if the value you put on us is worth our time and our dedication to you. Bottom line, your veterans know how significant your staffing shortages are. We know how much you need to keep us around, so you need to pay us to retain us. Quantifying the proposals, fixing the step compression, and maybe even add a thank you for staying bonus, because we've stuck around even when it wasn't deserved.
Next we have Carl Poole. Carl Poole. Carl Poole.
Dr. Boardsong, board members, good evening. My name is Carl Poole. I live at 1049 West 49th Street in Norfolk. I'm not going to lie. That budget gives me a headache. Going through it is a pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick to what I've learned, what I know when it comes to the value of people's work. It's a lesson that I think every last one of us learned if you were having a per-hour job during the pandemic. And we're just maybe a year and 2 days marked when the day that Norfolk, 3 years and 2 days off from when Norfolk shut down, when the state of Virginia shut down. Friday the 13th, kids went out, left school early. That Monday, they didn't come back. And there was one common refrain when it came to folks like me, who still had to go to work, who were still doing the jobs that made things happen for everybody else. We were essential workers. We were important, we were valued, we were essential. We need to support our essential workers. Now, I'm certain NPS has a great many essential workers, if not all of them are essential, but I'm also certain they were thinking just like me. After a few weeks and a few months go by during the pandemic and empty buildings and having to change how they would normally work, they were thinking, if I'm so essential, why didn't it feel like I'm valued as essential? If I'm so essential, why doesn't it feel like I'm paid like I'm essential? If I'm so essential, how come my work environment doesn't feel supported like I'm essential? And I bet many of them, like me, that 3 years and 2 days ago, aren't at the same places they used to work for. They don't work in those places anymore. Many of them don't even do the same job. Like me, we decided to evaluate our own value and think, well, I can do something else. Let me put it this way, and that's not making a lot of sense. In Norfolk, average salary for a McDonald's crew member, just starting out, somewhere between $12 and $15. Average salary for an armed security guard in Norfolk is about $15.41. Your guard downstairs makes $17, by the way. Average salary for a CDL driver that works for Walmart delivery truck is about $15.67 an hour. Average CDL driver in Norfolk, period, we're talking $24.31. Now, let's say a licensed mental health counselor, average salary is $66,000 a year. Now, maybe you need to pare down and look at your budget and ask yourself, if people can go make money somewhere else, more money, and feel more valued, feel more supported, why are they going to work for NPS? If you can't say that the numbers in your budget are numbers that say, well, yes, of course we're going to attract the people we need. If it's not an absolute positive yes, then you need to rethink those numbers, because trust me, come August and September, you're going to see those same news reports of how many short people you are, how many vacancies you have.
Thank you.
Next, we have Swanetta Lane. Swanetta Lane, please.
Good evening. My name is Swanetta Lane. I am the in-school suspension monitor at Azalea Garden Middle. And I just want to say that I'm very disappointed about the pay that classified workers receive. It's almost like we don't exist, but we do a great number of things at the school. I have a master's degree. I chose to go into that area because, yes, I've worked with corrections, I've worked with CSEP, and so I was okay with working with behaviors. It's just, to me, it just seems like we should be getting way more than just over $2,000 for a raise. That is sad. And for me to get the pay that I really deserve, I have to do like several different jobs at school. Help out with subbing. Today I subbed a class, by the way, on the first block, and then went to ISS, and the kids came to me that were supposed to be in ISS for the day. It's getting ridiculous as far as dealing with the behaviors, and you're losing people left and right because you're not paying them what they deserve to be paid. We get overlooked all the time. It's like, okay, she just works in ISS, they don't do anything. Really? We're in a class with the kids that nobody wants in their class, that disturbs the class daily. And now, because of IEPs, kids don't even get suspended or expelled anymore because everybody's concentrating on head count. Let's keep the kids in school. It doesn't matter if they're terrorizing the teachers, doesn't matter if they're tearing up classrooms. Let's keep them in school. Okay, so if they assault a teacher, how far does it have to go? Does somebody have to sacrifice their life before we get the amount of security that we need, before we get the pay that we deserve, before teachers get the pay they deserve, because they definitely have to do a whole lot of paperwork now before they can even get a kid to be out of school for 3 days for assaulting another student. I just had a couple of students not long ago. You punch a kid in the mouth and the kid's mouth start bleeding, and that kid get to stay at that school walking around terrorizing more kids just because they're smaller than him. But we're supposed to stay at the school, deal with that, and the teachers have these large classes where they have to teach these students this material, and the curriculum is not even valuable anymore. Education is like it's gone to the dirt. Y'all need to go get back to the old school, get some of these people in here that could deal with some of these behaviors and pay the people at the level they should be paid at, because it's an insult when you look at what the budget is for board members, and then you look at what teachers are getting, only $4,000, and then when we get this little bonus, you're taxing it to death. So somebody like me, what? You're taking home $600 after you finish with that little bonus? It's garbage.
Thank you.
Nathan Whitlow, please.
Good evening, Dr. Birdsong, distinguished members of the school board and Norfolk community. I'm Dr. Nathan Whitlow, Vice Chair of the Special Education Advisory Committee for the Norfolk School Board. I'm here tonight at the direction of the SEAC to provide public comment to the school board from the committee regarding elements of the superintendent's proposed educational plan and budget. As a committee, we recognize that adequate staffing to provide for the public education of our students with disabilities is essential. Staffing shortages continue to be a significant threat to the educational opportunities for our students with disabilities. The many employees of Norfolk Public Schools who are critical to the education of our students with disabilities have rewarding but challenging jobs. These positions often require specialized training, which may pose significant barriers, financial or otherwise, to people who would seek or maintain these positions. We feel that the failure to offer competitive wages that would attract and maintain qualified individuals in these positions represents a failure to our students with disabilities. At the behest of the committee, I offer up the example of the impact that staffing shortages in transportation have had on my son. My son is a 4-year-old with autism. He attends Easton Preschool for pre-K 4. He's nonverbal and struggles to communicate his needs to others. His scheduled school bus pickup time is 6:37 a.m. for school that starts at 8:30. He's picked up from school at 2:37 is the scheduled pickup time, and drop-off time is scheduled at 3:51, but it's often after 4 p.m. And that's on a good day. When he has had a substitute bus driver, because a bus driver is called in sick, sometimes that is much later. The latest was 5:30. So he spent 3 hours after school on the bus. We were told that these sorts of delays occur because there's not adequate supply of bus drivers and bus assistants to help staff the routes for students with disabilities. We understand there's a lot of challenges to supplying the needs of students for our school district with the financial resources available, but it cannot help but have a profoundly negative impact on students' education when they face these sorts of challenges. How is a student who already faces educational challenges supposed to thrive when they are tasked enduring circumstances that would be trying for almost anyone? How is a child who sits in a soiled diaper for hours on a bus coming home from school expected to want to go back to school and successfully engage in the learning process? This is just one example of students with disabilities that face these challenges, and the staffing shortage for transportation is only one area where these staffing shortages have a negative impact on the education of our students with disabilities. Reviewing the proposed budget, we're happy to see that there are increases in compensation, but we don't feel that they are adequate to address these shortages. There's many other places where people can get jobs that are going to be less challenging and require less qualifications to be successful. We also want our veteran teachers to get pay that's adequate because they are very important to our education system. As your appointed committee to advise on the needs of students with disabilities, we hope that you take our comments to heart as you make decisions about the future of our schools and how they serve those students. Thank you for your time.
Elise Peterson McMath.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Elise Peterson McMath. I'm a lifelong resident of Tidewater, Virginia. I'm a proud product of Virginia Public Schools. I'm a UVA graduate, and I'm here tonight representing the organization New Virginia Majority here in Norfolk. I'm also a former high school ESL teacher in Chesterfield County and offer comments on the proposed budget from that perspective. I had many great teachers growing up in Virginia Beach, and most of them are still teaching at those schools, so I know what public schools have the potential to look like when they're adequately resourced. I recently won New Teacher of the Year at a high school infamous for its high staff turnover rate, and where a majority of our wonderful student populations happen to be economically disadvantaged. As a result, a lot of our students required individualized education plans, whether it be for emotional needs, behavioral needs, ESL needs, what have you. And so what I'm trying to get at here is children living in poverty often have greater needs. Staff who serve these populations often have to work harder to meet these needs, and they are quite literally being worked to death. And I want to be clear that these students are not a burden. They are capable and smart students, just like those who come from waterfront neighborhoods and whose parents have access to more resources and capital. But unfortunately, when my students are having to worry about where their next meal is going to come from due to poverty, or where they're going to lay their head at night because of housing insecurity in the city, school simply cannot be their #1 priority. So how do we make school their priority? How do we make sure schools are safe for students and staff alike? We have to make sure the basic needs of children in our communities are being met. Are metal detectors and SROs important? Absolutely. But are they going to get at the root cause as to why our schools and communities are not safe in the first place? No. They are great symbolic gestures that send a strong message, much like a new school building. But if we are not addressing the root cause and thinking big picture, safety and staffing vacancies are not going to magically disappear. If we want to fill these 220-some teacher vacancies, 62-some bus driver vacancies, and retain our new hires, we need to get at the root of why people don't want to work here. Otherwise, we are just filling a leaking bucket. We not only need metal detectors and SROs, but we need more school psychologists, more social workers, more front office staff, more adults in hallways monitoring ports of entry and exit, more SPED teachers, more behavioral specialists, and more paras. Our growing immigrant community needs bilingual staff in every sector. If we want to retain our bus drivers, we need to provide them with support staff as well. Working with children is a blessing, but if the money is not worth the stress that comes with being tasked the workload of at least 5 human beings, people will not stay. So can you please show us in the budget what is being allocated to creating new positions? Because to someone like me trying to read it, it is not clear if any resources are being allocated to solving the mental health crisis in our schools.
Laquetta Mackey, please. Laquetta Mackey.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Laquetta Mackey, and I'm the president of the Norfolk Federation of Teachers. I stand before you today to ask you to not approve the proposed budget and make some changes to it. The budget does not show that you care about your veteran teachers and staff. The budget leaves out equal pay for teachers, ending step compression, putting teachers on their correct step, a 1-year, 1-step salary scale, and it leaves out bonuses. For your dedicated veteran staff and teachers. But what it does include is prolonging the step compression, starting teachers with $53,000 and giving them a $2,500 bonus. That right there is a smack in the face to your veterans teachers and staff. It's a shame that teachers coming in will make the same or close to the same pay as some of your veteran staff, especially when they're the ones that train them. How about giving your veteran staff a bonus to retain them? The teachers and staff of Norfolk go above and beyond to care and teach for our students. Veteran teachers train them and put them under their wings so they can become successful, but yet they are overlooked and not put on their proper steps. They mentor them. They spend countless hours after work helping them to understand the curriculum. This takes time away from their families. They are overworked, underpaid, and fed up. They want to be put on their right steps. This is one of the main reasons why we need collective bargaining. You were given over $113 million in the ARP Act SR3 funds. You are trying to spend it on everything else but your veteran staff and teachers. Tell me, what's the sense of fixing buildings if you don't have teachers to teach in them and not enough students to even fill them? More and more teachers are leaving NPS due to the lack of urgency you are showing them in regard to putting them on the right steps. They are also leaving because they do not feel valued or appreciated. Please understand, by NPS not putting them on their right steps, it affects their retirement, it affects their Social Security. Every year that your staff is loyal to NPS, they are getting less retirement and less Social Security. It affects them by not being able to put food on their tables for their families, not being able to pay their rent and their mortgages. Many of them have second jobs. As a teacher and a staff of NPS, they did not go into the profession to be rich. They didn't have that mindset, but they deserve to live and live comfortably. They should not have to stress whether to pay a bill or put food on the table. They are tired, fed up, and overworked. They want to get paid like all the other neighboring cities. In closing, if you don't remember anything else I said today, remember this: equal pay and they will continue to stay. By not ending step compression, not providing a one-step, one-year contract, and not making your students and staff feel safe, will leave your employees no choice but to take their talents, their skills, and dedication to another district that will pay and appreciate them. I thank you for your time.
Robinson.
Good evening. I'm Rakita Robinson, first grade teacher at Richard Bowling Elementary School and a 31-year veteran teacher. I've seen a lot and I've had many experiences being in public education for so long, but never have I been asked to help an unresponsive colleague who is so broken due to feelings of mistreatment in our workplace. Never have I been a part of a staff where teachers are pitted against each other and colleagues are encouraged to make statements to support an administrator's agenda to defame a teacher's character. Never have I heard of an administrator taking out a cell phone and videotaping during a teacher's formal observation. Or have I had to work harder, not smarter, because an administrator doesn't know the format of the aligned lesson plans. Never have I been taken out of context and a video clip edited to portray me as unstable and unprofessional. Never have I had an administrator more than once not show up at a staff meeting or late for staff meetings, but expect teachers not to show frustration for their time being wasted. Or have I witnessed gaslighting by telling teachers that they are the only one that can complete something, that can't complete something, or the only one that has that concern, or the only one that feels that way about an issue? Never have I been disparagingly spoken to by an administrator in front of faculty in an attempt to hinder others from speaking out. Never have I been told where to sit in a meeting and spoken to harshly in a way to provoke to have grounds for an insubordinate write-up. Never have I been given short notice constantly on changes, events, and tasks and then told that's what teachers do. Or have I been given incentives like breakfast for your team or free jeans day or a half a day comp time or extra half-hour lunch with no follow-through. Never have I been told that we don't need to come to work on a teacher work day by an administrator, and then when we don't report to the building, only to be told we have to use our leave, but still work on your report cards at home. Or never have I worked at a school where labor laws, civil and disability rights should be investigated. Does this sound like mass chaos yet? This is just a small account. So I will have to come here every month to chronicle the mistreatment of teachers so that there's no mistake as to why we cannot retain or recruit teachers. NPS tolerates administrators who actively work to drive away dedicated faculty. It is a choice as an administrator to choose to honor and show respect for all teachers regardless of their own insecurities and their stressors that are being put on them by their superiors. As I continue to advocate for employees, I urge staff to keep yourselves above reproach as protection from retaliation and misrepresentation of your character. Remember, when they go low, we go high. Colleagues, know your worth and the worth of your students, and do not let anyone diminish your effectiveness or take away your pursuit of happiness.
Next, we have Ms. Shirley, and I'm going to assist her over here at the podium. That was my jacket, sorry about that.
Good evening.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Birdsong, and Chair of the school board. My name is Sherilyn Kashimbag-Josh. I'm a teacher at Richard Bowling Elementary. I'm before you this evening in reference to the treatment of teachers with disabilities in our school. It appears that there are no regards for the ADA. When I started with the school system, I was a normal employee. Unfortunately, I became disabled during the height of the pandemic. I went from an able-bodied individual to one that became quadriplegic with a time frame of 2 days. My then administrator was very supportive and gave me this false sense of belonging. My nightmare and series of harassment started when administration changed. A situation arose when the elevator was not working during a staff PD downstairs in the gym. My upstairs co-workers asked if they could stay with me and Zoomed the meeting and was told, no, she'll be okay. Another time I was left alone for hours after school with the elevator broken. I had no communication from administration. I thought to myself, they're going to forget me. I called a personal friend to assist me to get downstairs. At that point, administration got together a plan that included a few co-workers and my friend to carry me downstairs. Later, I would receive an email from HR that stated my administration said that I drive to school but use a wheelchair. That statement was surprising. Every accommodation I've requested was denied except my wheelchair and the use of the elevator. The elevator that many use on a daily basis and don't have to get permission to use. I honestly thought that I would experience inclusion without any attached biases. However, it seems that MPS doesn't embrace diversity. One would think because of global awareness and as an educator, as educators, we're tasked with teaching people to embrace their differences, I would feel the acceptance of those in charge. Instead, I'm expected to perform my task with no modification like my able-bodied peers and left to feel as if I am not good enough. When I was all set to go to a field trip recently, I was about to get on the bus and I was told that I'm not allowed to, due to MPS policies that didn't allow for teachers with wheelchairs to ride on the bus even though it was a handicap bus. Once again, I was informed that I was a liability. I maintain my independence to feel as if I'm a member of society, while as a teacher, I'm given less. In spite of it all, I continue to persevere for my students because I am that role model. I am diversity. I show them that anyone can succeed regardless of where they are from or where they're coming from and who they are. I've worked hard from being a quadriplegic to where I am today. Regardless of what happens, I'm always here to serve my students and their families, reminding each person, including myself, that they are enough. Thank you.
Sabrina Waheed.
Good evening, Chair Dr. Martin, Vice Chair Mrs. Buffalo, Dr. Birdsong, and members of the school board. I'm Sabrina Waheed, an MPS first grade teacher, and I'm here to advocate for teacher pay. Please consider increasing the incentives to retain teachers because Governor Youngkin's 1% bonus is insulting. Please consider prioritizing retention and recruitment, not recruitment over retention. Also, please consider giving financial incentives to teachers working at your most hard-to-staff schools. These are the schools with high concentrations of low-performing, low-income students, high teacher turnover, and relatively high percentages of long-term substitutes and teachers on provisional licenses. Please give me a raise. I want to be here teaching these students. I love working with this population because I feel I can make a greater impact to the lives of disadvantaged students. I am one of those teachers that works 2 jobs. I work at a restaurant on the weekend. Don't lose great teachers to Chesapeake just because we can't afford to service the kids that we love, the kids that need us the most. Thank you.
Bernard Perry. Bernard Perry. Shantia Short?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's there? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see you. I was looking over there. Not a problem. Take your time.
How y'all doing, Dr. Birdsong? My name is Bernard Pearl. I was married to attorney at law. I came out of Norfolk State right over there. I'm having problem with housing. I retired from the government over there. I don't get no $6,000 per month. I get 2 checks. Now, they wonder why Section 8 tell me to go to the housing authority, and I get 2 checks. I was married to attorney at law. Some people say y'all be getting some alimony, but I didn't ask for any money. But they wonder why I'm having private house. They got me living in a Shore Stay Hotel on Shore Drive over there. I retired from the government. Well, so far I got all my hair on my head. They call me Mr. Bernard. Well, I'd rather be called by Mr. Bernard than be in my right mind. I'm having probably housing over there. I don't get no $6,000 per month. I get 2 incomes, Social Security and government pension. They told me to go to a housing authority. They wonder why they tell me to go over there. I was married to attorney at law. The boy, the engineer, and the girl's a doctor. And they wonder why they tell me to go to a housing authority. I've been in Norfolk now for 25 years now. Now, that's all I'm having problems. Can anybody direct me where to go to? Because they got me living in Shore Stay Hotel over there. And they don't know what to do with me. Y'all got a jewel in Norfolk. Somebody like my hind part. Have a good day.
Shantia Short?
Good evening. My name is Shantia Short. I am a parent of a 2nd grader at Richard Boland Elementary School. I'm here to speak on some observations and interactions that I had at the school this year. Earlier in the school year, my child was being verbally and physically intimidated by a classmate. When I expressed that nothing was being done to protect my child, the principal's remedy was to move my child to another 2nd grade class. The principal said, and I quote, "Mrs. Blank is a much better teacher anyways." She went on to provide that his previous teacher couldn't control her class. I found those choice of words inappropriate and in very poor taste. My idea wouldn't be, as a new principal, my idea was that a new principal want to speak well of all the teachers in her building. Recently, my child was hurt playing during recess and was given medical, and wasn't, let me reiterate that, was not giving medical attention for the injury at school. When CHKD diagnosed the injury as a sprain and possible broken fragments in his wrist and immobilized his arm, I was vexed that the teacher did not take care of my crying child with the obvious swollen hand in the time of a great need. Immediately, a meeting was scheduled with the teacher, the principal, and I. I happened to run into the teacher that my son had previously in the school year inside the office that morning, and our exchange of pleasantries were cut off by the principal, loudly speaking over us to reprove the former teacher as if her class was being looked after. I was embarrassed for the teacher to be publicly spoken to in that manner and disgusted by what I heard for the 2nd time as degrading and unprofessional treatment of this teacher. And that was not the end of the unprofessionalism that day. During our meeting, the principal made my child out to be a problem and refused to move him to another class. Instead, she began interrogating me about my child's history at Richard Boland and drew her own conclusions about my child and the type of parent I was. I quickly corrected her on both topics. In that same meeting, the current teacher stepped out to get my child. The principal shared that she did not follow protocol on the playground to get my child medical attention, and that she would receive a reprimand for not following protocol. I feel that this was too much information and seemed very inappropriate. This year, parents have been denied requests for class change. When an incident of this sort happens, parents not being permitted to drop off lunch that is outside of outside food for their children with food allergies, students being spoken to by the principal in a tone I would never speak to my own child with, misleading families that are being told that they are the only one having these problems is not considered to be respectable. I came today to go on record that the continued lack of respect for children, teachers, and parents is evident and that our community deserves to be heard on these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes our speakers, Dr. Martin. This concludes our speakers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanner. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. Can I get a second? Second?
Second.
Oh, Ms. Campson seconded. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Tanner, please call the question.
Yes. Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo? Aye. Campson?
Aye.
Clanton?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye. All right, thank you, everyone. Up next, we have the 5.01 monthly financial report. Jenkins, how are you this evening?
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Buffalo, Dr. Birdsong, members of the school board. This evening, I'll review the financial report for the month of February, which Ms. Tanner is pulling up. Okay. The February report covers 8 months. The year started July 22nd, as I've said before. As with previous reports, it covers from July to February and covers expenditures and receipts received through March 7th. Through that period, we had collected $233 million. That's 61% of our $383 million budget. During the previous 2 years, our collections ranged between 58 and 59% of our budget, so we're slightly ahead this year. On page 3 of the highlights, we have a graph of revenue and expenditures or spending for the year. By the end of February, we had expended $212.8 million, or just over 55% of the budget. And you can see the revenue is $233 million. During the previous 2 years, spending for the same period ranged between 56.3% and 56.8%. Spending this year is consistent with that of previous years. Page 4 includes 2 graphs, one of revenue and the other of expenditures or spending. The monthly spending trend is in the green background. We can find that spending for February is consistent with that of prior months. There is more detailed information on the report starting on page 5. And then lastly, there are 2 budget transfers that exceeded $50,000. That is on the last page of the report. The first one was for school facilities. We transferred $728,500 from facility improvements to operations and maintenance to cover maintenance costs for plumbing, heating, cooling, and carpet repairs. And then there was a $350,000 transfer in the transportation section to transfer funds or basically vacancy savings to contracted transportation services related to the McKinney-Vento Act for displaced students. Dr. Martin, that concludes my comments. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Basine.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I just wanted to ask a question or a clarifying question. So on the budget transfers, the 3 items under contract services that are listed here, those are in the current budget, this year's budget, that are being moved. Now, are the building improvements that are listed here, I'm assuming these are not items, improvements that are included in this FY '24 that might be,
No, these
that
are,
might-
these are all fiscal '23
they're all
transactions.
fiscal '23? Okay.
Right, we had budgeted that we could spend this much, I don't remember the exact amount of money, I guess I could look here. We had budgeted a certain amount for facility improvements out of the general operating budget. We needed those funds in the maintenance and
Okay.
operations, so
So-
we transferred funds to do that.
Right, so I'm basically asking if it's freeing up funds from another pot of money.
We had spent more for repairs than we planned. We'd
And we-
hoped to
okay.
spend more on more long-term improvements, but we needed it for repairs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I have a follow-up on that and the other transfer. So under building improvements, what was originally considered that the funding was needed to address, can you give some examples of what was originally intended to be addressed for as building improvements?
I would say things like replacing heating and cooling units as opposed to repairing them. It would be more major type of spending. For instance, maybe replacing the lighting in the school building as opposed to repairing, making plumbing repairs. So this was ongoing repairs as opposed to improvements to the building.
Yeah, I guess I'm really trying to get an understanding of whatever was originally intended. Is it the case that the need was resolved or the need is deferred?
The need would be deferred.
Okay. And on the, well, let me stay on that for a while. And the need for the contract services is because of new problems that occurred?
The need for repairs were greater than the amount that we had budgeted.
Okay.
If I could use hindsight, we would have put more in the repair budget and less in the building improvement budget.
Okay. And then can you further explain on the transportation transfer, do we end up with more students eligible under McKinney-Vento that prompted the shift?
My understanding is that, yes, we are having a growing enrollment of children that have been displaced, or these are children who've lost their permanent residence. And we've spent more money than we had planned to for that. So there were savings because we have so many bus driver vacancies, so we transferred some of those funds to contract services to take care of the additional costs that we expect to incur between now and the end of June, based on what we've already spent.
So at the core of that, we're seeing more students that need services under McKinney-Vento. We're seeing an increase there?
We're certainly seeing increased costs. I don't have any stats on exactly how many, the change in the number or composition of students, but we are definitely having, we did not budget enough for those transfers. And some of it might be because we're less, we can't accommodate as many on a regular buses, and we're now having to use contracted services.
Dr. Martin, just going forward, if there's some way for us to get an understanding of whether or not we're seeing cost increases that's driving this type of transfer, or whether it's student needs that's driving it, or a little bit of both, I would be very interested as we are.
I mean, I can answer you, it's some of both. We are seeing increased cost of the transportation as well.
Oh, and that's largely driven by fuel?
I don't think, it's part of it, and the $350,000 is a large amount, so I doubt it's all of it. But the cost has gone up as well, I am told.
Yeah, I just think we should, I don't want to micromanage it, but I do at a high level want to have a better understanding of what's driving these, so as we consider budgets moving forward, we can provide what's needed to address the student needs.
We can I can address it and send you a note on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can I get a motion to accept the monthly financial report?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the monthly financial report subject to audit.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Tanner, please call the question.
Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Campson?
Aye.
Clanton?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye. Okay, up next we have the appropriation of unassigned fund balance and city revenue sharing.
Yes.
Welcome back, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
I know it's gone so long.
Didn't go far. Okay, in May of 2018, City Council adopted its revenue sharing or revenue allocation policy, under which 29.5% of specific tax revenues are allocated to Norfolk Public Schools. Under the state statute, any funds remaining in the school division's budget at the end of the year revert to the funder. That's usually the county or city that the district is located in. The revenue allocation policy establishes a mechanism in which NPS may retain funds that would normally revert to the city at the end of each year. Under the revenue allocation policy, the school board may request the reappropriation of funds remaining in the school division's budget for one-time purchases. The revenue allocation policy established a similar mechanism to share excess revenue with the city of Norfolk. For each year, Norfolk Public Schools receives 29.5% of specific revenue streams based on budget estimates. If the actual collections during the year exceed the budget projections, the surplus collections are shared with Norfolk Public Schools. Similarly, if the actual collections fall less short of the projections, we would share in that reduction as well. Our revenue would shrink. During the most recent year, that is fiscal '22, Norfolk Public Schools did not spend its entire budget, and the city collected more revenue than was included in its budget. Further action by the General Assembly, approved by the governor, freed up fiscal 2021 funds that were previously restricted to prevention, intervention, and remediation services. Funding available for reappropriation under the revenue allocation policy is as follows. There was excess city revenue. The NPS share of that was $7,112,350. Reversion funds from fiscal '21 related to prevention, intervention, and remediation was $7,843,244. Reversion funds from fiscal '22, this is related to the surplus in the '22 budget, $12,778,977. So the total reversion from the 2 years, both the prevention and intervention funds in '21 and the regular surplus in '22, was $20,622,000. In order for City Council to reappropriate reversion or revenue true-up funds, the revenue allocation policy requires that the school board adopt a resolution identifying how funds would be used. We have included 2 resolutions in your board packet. The first resolution requests appropriation of the $7.1 million of excess city revenue to the School Capital Improvement Fund to address rising costs of capital expenditures during fiscal '23-24. That's next year. The second resolution requests appropriation of $9,780,000 of reversion funds to the School Capital Improvement Fund to underwrite school improvements during next year, '23-24. The second resolution also indicates future uses of reversion as follows. $7,840,000 is reserved for the continuation of student tutoring and related services during fiscal '25, so not next year, but the following year. These programs are currently funded by federal ESSER funds, so these This $7.84 million would allow us to continue the tutoring services into fiscal '25. And then $3 million reserved for the city for future rebuilding and major renovations. These funds would match a $22 million annual commitment by the city to borrow funds for replacement or renovation of schools. We expect this funding will be required for the Maury High School project in fiscal 2025. Madam Chair, that concludes my comments on the revenue sharing and the true-up funds.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Jenkins. Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Okay. I think this same issue came up last year. So
It did, yes.
well,
Identical.
the piece I was going to mention was the portion where you're recommending that funds in this current recommendation being designated for fiscal year 24-25. So lots of places to start. I'm at the end of this, I'm gonna have my own recommendation of what I think we should do here, but I just want to make sure I understand what's being presented to us. Part of the during the workshop, we were talking about compensation for staff.
Yes.
And over the years, we've had concerns that we didn't have the resources available in order to be able to have employees on appropriate steps based upon their years of service. So I know some years ago what the estimate was for us to do that. I don't know what the estimate is today. My concern, again, about this approach is we could, as part of the of our budgeting process of what we're doing now, if we were to competitively fund our staff on the appropriate step, we would have less amount of unassigned fund balance because more of the resources that we budgeted would be going to pay for the staffing at the levels that would be required based upon our goals of being competitive, especially as it relates to step placement. So in essence, part of what we're doing here is we are still deferring addressing that competitive compensation need, saving money that was intended to have impact on student learning in the classroom in large measure through the teaching and learning in the building, and then designating the savings not back to benefit the staffing model, but to go to buildings. And I think buildings are important. However, as we deal with transfers and where we are, as an individual school board member, I just don't have a good picture of where we are from our facility standpoint, what type of impact we've had on the facilities conditions index based upon all the spending that we've done. Another question I have, in the $3 million that is being recommended go into the general fund for future replacement, that $3 million sits on our books or the city's books?
It's actually sitting on our books.
Okay, so when we look at how much money is in that current fund now on our books?
Be the first amount that would be put into it. Or how much is in the total?
Didn't we do some last year?
But no, we didn't. The total fund balance is around $22 million, I believe. And we would be appropriating a fair portion of it and saving 7 or 8 million for the future
I'm asking,
future tutoring, 7.84 for future tutoring, and 3 million for major building renovations.
I'm asking for the third bullet, the 3 million. Are you saying this is the first year that we would put money into that
Yes.
pot?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it came up last year. I guess we decided not to do it last year.
It didn't look like it, I don't believe it is in last year's. It wasn't in the city's capital budget. So I don't believe we requested it. I'd have to go back and to verify it to be sure, but I believe this is the first time we've put the 3 million in. This would be the first time.
And what's the reason, the rationale behind the school board not asking the city to fund on their books the resources that are needed for future replacement of a school versus us taking money out of our operating budget that we have said that we need for student outcomes and defer it to future replacement or renovation of a school, and in this case, I think you said Maury.
Okay. You've got a few questions there, so I'm going to try to walk you through. First, under the state statute, any funds remaining in the school board's budget at the end of the year revert to the funder. That is the city of Norfolk. Without the revenue sharing ordinance, or it's not an ordinance, it's a policy. Without that policy, the $20 million would revert to the city. End of story. No discussion. That is the state statute. The allocation policy permits Norfolk Public Schools to retain those funds and use them in succeeding years for one-time, non-recurring purposes. Salary improvements are not one-time, non-recurring expenditures. They are recurring.
At the end of the process.
They are always recurring.
Yes, I'm saying they don't qualify as one time at the end of the process.
So as I interpret the revenue allocation policy, that we could not use those funds for that. Now, you've stated that the savings originated because there was vacancies in our budget, and that is factual. No objection or disagreement on that at all. However, you've also said that had we budgeted for, or had we paid our staff according to what you may consider the appropriate placement on the scale, and there's a lot of room for argument or discussion as to what that is. But if we had, that we would not have had those savings.
At the same level.
Right. And I would say to you that had we done that, I would have had to, or we would have had to have budgeted salaries and benefits at a much higher rate than we actually did. So if we did not have the vacancies, and we certainly, when we were budgeting, we were hoping and expecting that we would fill the positions, that was our whole point, then we would not have had these savings. The savings only occurred because we were unable to staff the positions. So in order to have been able to pay employees more than we did, we would have had to have had a bigger budget. And you may be correct that had we had a bigger budget and funded wages at a higher amount, that we might have filled more positions. But I will stand here and say our vacancy rate would not have been terribly different from what it is now. I'm confident of that, based on the fact that everybody is experiencing the same issues that we are, both in education and outside of education.
Right. I'm comfortable with what you've said. I guess the point I was trying to make in terms of the staffing compensation is over time. So we're considering a budget now.
Right.
We have estimates of what the personnel costs would be.
Based on the raises that were proposed.
Based upon raises and everything else.
Correct.
If for some reason the board had decided to pay more than what's being proposed, then even with vacancies, more than likely, when we're around this time next year, we would probably spend more on staffing, which then would result potentially in us not having the same level of fund balance, largely because we just increased the amount that was going out. So what I'm saying to the board is that over time, that if we can get to the right place where we are right-sizing our school division and prioritizing compensation, I think we could get to a point where we can be competitive, where we, as a goal that we've established, and not find ourselves in the situation at the end of the cycle where we're having the conversation around how to use funds for one-time expenditures. So that's those.
I mean, I would say, I would have to agree with you that 2 weeks ago, we talked about the cost of having capacity that was far greater than what we needed. By that, the unfortunate conclusion to that is closing schools, and that there would be savings that could be generated that would allow us to pay higher salaries or do other things as well. But that,
Yes.
we need your help there.
No, I agree with that. I mean, that's what I said at the last meeting, that when we were doing the educational planning and as we looked at the pay and compensation, we recognized that the two things have connectivity. So those are my questions, and if others have questions, I will yield, but I do have a motion I would like to make in regards to the fund balance.
Mr. Clanton has a question.
No, Madam Chair, I think that we need to have a motion, and then I will follow back. And I think that for whatever Mr. Jordan has, I think we'll yield to him if he has a motion first.
He said he would yield to me.
Oh, Mr. Jordan?
No, I said after the
Go ahead,
questions.
Ms. Bassine.
Well, I think over the last couple of years, I think I've made myself pretty clear on prioritizing compensation, and I personally would really, I would like to hear Mr. Jordan put forward a motion. I've supported what he has shared with the board in terms of a motion that he had likes wanted us to review prior to this meeting. And so, Mr. Jordan, if you would care to share your motion at this time, I would recommend doing so, unless anyone else has any questions beforehand.
So, Madam Chair, if I can just make sure that we're in order here. We have an item that's on the agenda, so the appropriate thing at this moment would be for us to put a motion for adoption. And if there's any amendment or something that goes different that Mr. Jordan may propose, then that would be in order as a subsidiary motion. So with that, just so I can make sure we're moving, I'd like to move for the adoption of the two resolutions that the administration has put forth.
Madam Chair, where I thought we were doing is, yes, I agree we have a recommendation, but I would like to put my motion on the floor. And if the board chooses, however the board chooses to address it, then others can put a motion on the floor. So
what I'm asking, Mr. Jordan, point of order, is your motion directly related to these resolutions? If they're not directly related, then I'm trying to set it up so that you can have a discussion with an amendment to the actual item that's on the agenda.
yeah, what I'm suggesting, Mr. Clanton, is what we have before us are recommendations. As a board member, I have a recommendation I would like the board to consider to vote upon. We're not required at this point in time to put the recommendation that we received from the superintendent to adopt that. We're not required to do that. I have something else that I would like for the board to consider, and then we can go from there.
Well, don't we need to vote on the appropriation of the fund balance?
That's what my motion is. That's what my motion addresses. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
I said we should, but if you want to go down that road, I do not agree. I think the agenda for which we have approved states the appropriations of unassigned fund balance. If there's a motion which I'm trying to make, and you have a second, then you can actually amend or do something else if that's what you're trying to do. But we need to put a motion based on the item for which we approved the agenda for.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
And I will second Mr. Clanton's motion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Yes. I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
I would like to recommend that that the entire unassigned fund balance and reversion of budgetary surpluses be reallocated to support classroom instruction and academic innovation. And if I get a second to that, I'd be more than happy to give more background as to as the maker of that amendment, that motion.
I second that motion.
So if I can offer more background.
Okay, go ahead.
So I shared with the board, following our last meeting, we were asked to submit items for consideration. And so I submitted this recommendation for consideration. I'm just going to read what I wrote. The City Council of Norfolk and the School Board of the City of Norfolk entered into a local revenue sharing policy effective May 2018. The establishment of the funding sharing agreement was developed to provide NPS with predictable funding expectations to support the strategic goals of the City of Norfolk and the school board. To date, the funding formula is proving successful, resulting in increased revenue to NPS and increased opportunity for focus on an educational program. No strategic goal shared by the City of Norfolk and the school board can be of greater importance than that of student excellence and its alignment with Believe in Learning Norfolk, which is an initiative that the city has put forward. The increased funding and the resulting surpluses provide NPS with an opportunity to right-size personnel and facility needs while driving improved student outcomes, what students know and can do. The school board and the city council have not engaged in substantive strategic governing body to governing body conversations regarding strategic academic goals over the past 4 to 5 years. Requesting reversion funds be reprogrammed and reallocated for classroom instruction and academic innovation presents an opportunity for Believe in Learning and equity and excellence for all to advance student outcomes and consideration of student-centered innovation for Norfolk. It could support Norfolk Lab School partnerships. It could support Norfolk School Board-driven charter schools. It could support Norfolk Innovation Public Schools within Norfolk's innovation corridors. It could align Norfolk Public Schools' emerging workforce with Go Virginia's Region 5 economic growth and diversification plan. And as I mentioned during the workshop, to me, in my view, in putting this forward, is that nothing is more important than student excellence. And few things drive student excellence more than having loyal, effective teachers in the classroom and principals who oversee those buildings. And so I think as the board, we should take this opportunity to engage with our city council partners and come up with a commitment to further drive student excellence in Norfolk. And at that time, we could also consider any additional conversations that need to take place as it relates to maintenance and construction. So that's my motion, and that's the background associated with it.
Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin.
Mr. Clanton.
Go ahead, Mr. Clanton.
All right, thank you. If I may, I appreciate my colleagues putting forth this idea. putting forth the resolution. But I have to ask a couple clarifying questions because there's some things that came up here before we kind of move forward. We have the administration that has presented to us a resolution regarding the reappropriation of these particular funds. I think it's about $9.8 million with the reversion funds, which does clearly outline funds that would go towards supporting innovation programs and so forth. But what I'm confused, because there's been a lot of talk, particularly in the public comment, and I've been hearing a lot about bonuses versus the pay raises. And so I just want to get some clarity, Dr. Birdsong, of your staff there. The session that I've sat through, looking through this budget, PowerPoint, and everything else, doesn't talk about bonuses. It, from my understanding, it talked about moving people up on their salary pay, which is a difference because a bonus is a one-time payment and salaries are year after year. We also talked about coming into the last 2 years of dealing with compression. I think that we got a response back that it was about $5 million, I think, in addition, that would probably cost in order to take care of the whole compression piece. Can you clarify for me and for anyone else who's here, are we talking about bonuses for our staff members and our teachers, or are we talking about salary increases and dealing with compression in this budget?
Matt, just for clarity, are you speaking to
my question is to Dr. Birdsong. This is the clarity, and it's directly related to the items for which you're placing forth.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was following.
I'm with you.
So if I understand your question correctly, as it relates to the operating budget, my budget focuses on, or the proposal focuses on, increasing salaries. As you know, and Mr. Jenkins just stated, we cannot, with our fund balance, utilize that for compensation because it continues to happen every year, and it's for one time only. Like bonuses would be an example of that. We could not use that money in accordance with our existing agreement with the city on staff compensation, which is why we focused on doing everything that we could with every dime that we had to focus on compensation for staff. And so we presented all that information to the school board, as you know, on February 1, and it included pay raises for all staff, for all current staff, at about an average, again, of 6.91% for our classified staff and for teachers, which is equivalent to a step increase and a significant pay raise. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and it helps me move into my next piece directly related to on the resolution. I needed that context to be there, that the reversion funds can't be used to deal with the main issue, which is salary. We can't continue to take Band-Aids approaches and using one-time funding and just giving bonuses. I've heard the respect that, it's getting eat up in taxes and so forth there. But you and your team have come forward with a resolution that has broken down how we can utilize this one-time funding. I think this goes back to the other thing that I did here, in which we started the conversation in our work session regarding educational planning, which may even talk about right-sizing our district, which may look at staff, buildings, and so forth as we move forward, because that's going to really yield the large dollars that we're going to need to reappropriate on a consistent basis in the actual budget that's presented to City Hall and for City Council to weigh in. But my major concern in taking all of the funds that we have here is that we still have everything else that has to be done. I mean, we want to make sure that our folks feel safe. I want to make sure that they're in a secure learning environment, but most importantly, that we're dealing with the academics. And so when I look at this piece that you have provided, 9.8%, $9.8 million, and then another $7 million in excess, these items are going to help us because we've hired you and your team to come and give us a plan. I know people think that I just want to argue with Mr. Jordan. I don't. But essentially, I like the idea. However, I've got some reservations and concerns that there's no real dollar amount other than saying we're just going to take all of this and put it into a pot. Well, if we're going to say that we're going to do that, you're the superintendent and the educational leader, and you have already determined how you're going to use those funds to be able to address the situation. So that's where my pause is. in moving and voting for this particular amendment. I am in support of the original resolution for which you have put forth, because we have to give confidence in the teams that you have put in place and that you all have thought this out, and that this is what's going to help move and drive. We've had this conversation earlier in the respect that it takes almost 3 years before we see real academic gains, but we're seeing that year after year. No, it's not where we want to be, but we're not the only one in this situation. And I think Mr. Jenkins answered also in the respect of when it talks about filling and why we have these vacancies. It is not an anomaly to Norfolk Public Schools that we're experiencing teacher shortages. This is something that is national all the way across the board. So, like I said, I like the idea. I appreciate it coming forth. But I think it's at the 11th hour. I think this is something definitely that we as a board need to prioritize in our conversations, and particularly with our educational planning moving into next year as we begin to right size and look at the future of Norfolk Public Schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else?
Oh, did you?
Well, if you
I
wanna
was waiting for
respond.
others to, I was trying to give others the opportunity to speak before I speak again.
No, I'm ready to call the question.
Oh, well, I'd like to speak again then to the questions and the concerns that were raised. So, one, the funding formula came about through dialogue and conversation between the board, the school board, and the city council. It was the school board who showed the leadership and initiative to approach the council about considering a funding formula so that the school board's budgeting process and the superintendent would have more reliable understanding of what we would likely receive in terms of revenue. I think that what I'm suggesting in my motion is that the school board provide leadership again in that regard and adopt this motion as a way of advancing the conversation and asking the council to consider what we are asking for, driven by the student outcome needs that we have and the staffing needs that we have. I agree that in the current climate, vacancies and trying to find staffing is very much acute. But we had vacancies when we first adopted and had the conversation over a year or so with the council. It wasn't as acute as it was now. What I'm saying to you is that we've had more resources at our disposal where the board could address a priority around compensation and classroom instruction and other supports if the board is willing to advance my recommendation for consideration by city council. They can say no, or they can say yes. Also, when it comes to the comments regarding the educational planning, absolutely. Educational planning didn't just start recently. Education planning has been underway for a decade, since 2013. And I mentioned that at the last meeting. And so this is not a last minute thing. This is an ongoing thing. It's something that I have brought forward in a variety of capacities or ways every year. And so I do agree with Mr. Clanton that as a board, if we are clear in terms of our expectations, then we can provide an opportunity for the administration to respond to the expectations that we've set. So as I mentioned in the earlier session, I think tutoring falls within my amendment. I still like to have more understanding of the effectiveness of it, but nevertheless, it would fit there. So I appreciate the comments. I appreciate what the administration has put together. I think that, I raised these. This is not the first time. It wasn't last minute. I submitted it on Wednesday. Some folks called me with questions, some didn't. So I tried to follow every rule.
Wasn't in there until
That's
Saturday.
I submitted, and I think I copied the board, my recommendations by the deadline that was established. And so I can't speak to when things were posted, but I know what I submitted. So with that, thank you for considering my amendment, and thank you for the discussion.
Ms. Tanner?
The scene?
Wait.
Could you
For the
reserve
clarity,
discussion?
I have my hand up.
Sorry.
Missed the amendment, correct?
Just a moment. Ms. Basine has more comments. She has comments.
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
allowing Mr. Jordan to respond back to Mr. Clanton if he needed to. The other piece of this that I personally responded to that I really liked about what Mr. Jordan had put together in terms of this collaborative approach with City Council is that we have this big elephant in the room that we've talked about it as a school board. City Council has talked about as well, and that is the mental health crisis our youth is facing. We see it playing out in our school buildings. We've seen people, people have come to the mic. They've talked about it in different ways as we talk about safety and security, and we talk about behaviors. That is communication by our youth saying something, that, I need help with something. We see things playing out in the community as I need help. And the both of us need to work together. This is not a problem. This is not a crisis that both of our bodies are not gonna solve by ourselves in isolation. It's something that we need to work together to solve. And so one of the things that I too have put together as we talked about the budget were greater resources around mental health and behavioral supports. And so, Mr. Jordan talked about the things that we could do with his, proposal here in terms of academic supports to promote student excellence. And I also believe that in order to realize the goal for student excellence, we have to, and it is not a question, we must put emphasis on mental and behavioral health and student well-being and staff mental health if we are ever going to realize the goal of student excellence. So there must be greater supports around those areas and not just, words on paper, which I think not just us, but like even city council and districts across the nation, we're all trying to figure out what's going to work. But we also have to monitor what's working and actually put some muscle behind it. And so I want us to see us do that. And I think there's areas with this money that we could put, there's funds here that I think we could put behind these resources, and I think it's part of that conversation that we have with City Council as well. So wanted to put that out there, but I'm supporting this, and I hope the rest of you do as well. So that's all I got to say. So thank you, Mr. Jordan, for putting this forward.
Mr.
Point
Clanton?
of clarity, because I know Ms. Basine offered her suggestion on mental health. But Mr. Jordan, you read your amendment from your actual document, which I don't know. Did that actually express that in your amendment?
Can you read
the mental health piece?
He didn't express it, and I don't want to confuse his amendment. He listed a few things that could be done with those funds. It wasn't, inclusive of everything that could be done, but
okay.
I'm simply stating that there are other, when he talked about other supports to support students to reach that goal of student excellence. So I wanted just provide that piece in there. I don't want to confuse the discussion right now with that piece. If it does,
That's where my
retract that.
that was is that your particular item wasn't necessarily germane to what he had down if it wasn't in his motion. Because what we don't want to not confuse ourselves, but confuse the administration either in whatever we do as a board, in whatever action we're taking at this particular point. So, I mean, like I told you earlier, I appreciate what you had about the mental health piece, but we're just voting on the amendment, Madam Chair. I think with what Mr. Jordan put out there, which was taking the entire reversion funds and moving it, to whatever he put out there. But I just wanted to make it clear for everybody because we were about to move into a vote potentially. That was what we were at. Okay.
Mr. Jordan, will you please repeat your motion?
Yeah, that is to take the unexpended fund balance and reversion funds and allocate it to support classroom instruction and academic innovation. And just for clarity, I intentionally did not prescribe specific uses because I wanted the administration to have the flexibility to determine how best to use those funds. My intent here is to have those funds set aside to support classroom instruction and the needs of students and have that money set aside for that for the council to allow us to continue to work together with them and with Dr. Birdsong and administration to best use those funds in that regard. So I intentionally did not try to restrict or propose specific initiatives because I think that belongs with the administration.
Go ahead, Ms. Gibson.
Madam, I like to. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead and finish that thought, and then I'll wait for you to do that.
No, I was going to just ask for the call the question, but no, I'll stop.
Oh. I just have a couple of words to say. We have a lot of things that cost a lot of money that need to be done in the district. I'm always behind anything that has to do with student achievement. That's why we have a schoolhouse, and that is very important. But the funds here don't allow that because if you can't use those funds for it. That's not my choice or anyone else's choice. That's what's based on the money. And if you use it incorrectly, then they just take it all back. So you have to keep that in mind. We have mental health problems. We have buildings that are falling apart. A couple of years ago, that was the big thing because of you see me here coughing and taking medicine because I spent 20 years in an old falling apart school that was not well maintained because there's no funds to do it and not replaced until just recently. So we have all of these different things to look at. I don't think that we can just all of a sudden tonight decide how we're going to do it, especially when some of the things that we want to do involve funds that we do not have access for to use for those things. I think Mr. Jenkins was very clear when he was telling us which ones we can do. So I think we need to keep that in mind. All of this is great. I like Mr. Jordan has a lot of good ideas, but we can't use the money that we're not allowed to use to do those, and we have to keep in mind security. We're watching Newport News, but all kinds of security in their building. Where are we with that? Think about your children now. Think about it. Or they're sitting in buildings that it rains and the water comes down, and we line the halls with trash cans and stuff. All of these things are very, very important. There's not a single one that we bring up that are not critical and important. But we have to use the funds in the way that we're supposed to use the funds.
If I can, Dr. Gabriel, just offer one point of clarification, because I think Mr. Jenkins has introduced something that I did not. So nothing in my recommendation speaks to using these funds for ongoing salary compensation. There are other motions that I'm going to bring forward as it relates to the operating budget that deals with steps. Nothing in here that I have put forward says anything about not using these funds for one-time uses. What it does say is set aside the funds for one-time uses that are aligned with classroom instruction, academic innovation, and support. So I just want to get that clear. Nothing in here that I've written have said anything about uses that cannot be, that are not allowed. Nothing in here says that. When we get to the operating budget, I have motions that I've already shared with the board to address ongoing resources.
Once again, if I'm free to talk now, once again, I ask you to think about, I mean, I don't understand where the list of things that you want to use money for is very vague. I mean, when you say we're going to do this and, you know, we're going to increase achievement, what is that all about? I mean, where does that relate here and where does it draw to, is what I'm just saying. Think about things that are not up here, what's the hardcore, in-your-face kind of things. Just keep those in mind. I think all of these great, I mean, Mr. Jordan's has a lot of good ideas down there, but we can't just flip it on to happen right this second, this late. And I did say that, Tim, today. I said we should have started it sooner, all those discussions, because we had big discussion meetings leading up to today where we all knew we were supposed to be doing our vote. So just keeping those things in mind and remembering, don't lose track of the fact that our schools and the buildings our children are in, it's important when you're in those buildings all day long, day after day, week after week, year after year. It does affect our children's health. That's why we were so concerned at the problems with Sherwood when we went in and started working with the HVACs. We're looking at the HVACs now, and we're lucky we're getting them where they are because it made a difference for our children being in those old schools. I'm telling you, I spent my life in there begging to have something done with my school. So keep those things in mind and not just have a narrow focus on this today and that tomorrow. You need to focus on all the whole big picture and and then step back and think, okay, we have some money here. Here are all these things, mental health care, HVACs, high academic achievement, building security. We have all of these things and we have a small pot of money. How do we distribute it in a fair way that makes it better for our children? And so I'd like you to just have that in your mind. And then hopefully this board will be having time this summer to go in and figure out themselves how to do that. And certainly we need to do something about salaries. I've spent 45 years in the school system. I'm aware of what it feels like when you're trying to get some raises, okay? So I'm not one side or the other on this. I'm just saying that we have a lot of cost and a small pot to pay it from. And we need to always think which is the best decision to make for children on this and this and this and this.
Thanks, Ms. Campson. Ms. Tanner, please call the question.
Could you read the question again before she starts, so I just hear the whole thing?
If you want to make it easy, it's the Rodney Jordan motion on unexpended fund balances to support classroom instruction and academic innovation.
Could we kind of read it as a motion?
Well, it's
I
an
thought
amendment to his motion.
Yeah, I thought I already made that.
Yeah.
And if you there's a copy of it.
I just want to have the motion read
You want me to,
right
you want
before
me
we
to read
vote.
it?
That's not a big request.
You want me to read it?
Yes, thank you.
You want me to? Motion for the school board, motion to request the school board, motion for the school board to request of the city council that expended fund balances, reversion of budgetary surpluses be reallocated to support classroom instruction and academic innovation. Is that correct, Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, you ready? Basine?
Aye.
Buffalo?
Aye.
Campson?
No.
Clanton?
Nay.
Gabriel?
Nay.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Nay.
Dr. Martin,
Yes?
may we please vote on the motion that has been put forth by Mr. Clanton? There's a motion and then there's a second for the resolutions put forward by the superintendent and the administration on the reappropriation of the fund balance.
Yes. Ms. Tanner?
Ready? Basine?
Nay.
Buffalo?
Nay.
Hampson?
I need to have it read, sorry. I have to hear it before I vote on it.
Okay.
If we would just read that right away, that's kind of the way you're supposed to do it, is read the motion and then vote on it.
Well, there's the original appropriation. It's the
Two
resolution. Well, appropriation of unassigned fund balance and city revenue sharing that was originally proposed.
Okay.
So Campson?
Nay.
Clanton?
It was this.
Oh, right here in front of me.
Right here, yeah.
It's the two resolutions. It's the two resolutions that
It was what was originally proposed
Oh.
by Jenkins.
Yes, that Mr. Jenkins
Oh,
just
could I
presented.
please vote yes?
Yes, okay.
I need them read.
Clanton?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Just for clarity, we're voting on both resolutions at the same time?
We voted on your amendment, now we're voting on the
No, I'm asking,
original.
just clarity that there's two resolutions, we're voting on both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, nay.
Okay. Martin?
Aye. Okay. All right, up next, we have discussion of the school board's 2024 operating budget.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
just so we're in alignment, I'd like to move for the adoption of the school board fiscal year 2024 operating budget.
I second.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriel, for seconding. Any discussion?
Yes, Dr. Martin?
Yes.
I thought we had started some really good discussion earlier in the workshop, and I believe some of that discussion is still outstanding, and would like to see us continue that work. And therefore, I'm asking that we delay the vote until March 22nd.
For the school board budget or school board?
We're on the operating budget.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion?
That's not a day that we have on our calendar to come in.
It would be a special meeting.
And you do have student appeal that day, too.
Oh, that's right, our appeals hearings are that day. How does that do, so we just don't give those kids a chance to do an appeal?
No,
Appeal started too.
the time that we meet, I don't know what time that group is meeting, but we can
2
still
p.m.
set the time, right, so.
Right. It's meeting at what time?
2 p.m.
2 p.m.? So we could still technically come in at our usual meeting time at 4?
Or we could follow our
7.
calendar and vote.
And I could clarify the reason for that request.
Okay.
We had scheduled a board workshop on February 15th. We had also, as indicated in our meeting minutes that we approved earlier, that we would have a board workshop on March 1st, which we did not have. And then we did have a board workshop briefly today, but we were not able to complete that discussion. And so I'm therefore asking that we have continued discussion next Wednesday. I think it's appropriate that we set aside time to continue that. So that's why I'm asking for that extension.
Did we get a second? I didn't hear one.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay. Oh, that's right, sorry.
Dr. Martin,
Yes, go ahead.
we're taking up a motion to defer this to the 22nd. Not particularly in favor of that. I agree with Ms. Hampson in respect that we have a calendar. However, I do realize that there are several items for which were presented by two of our colleagues, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Singh. One of those items has already been brought up. However, as I have stated before in our conversations, we hire a superintendent and their team to put together a budget. The budget has been presented. We've had discussion. We've had presentations. We've seen the alignment. And to be perfectly honest, some of these amendments, not all of them, some of them if I honestly took them up again, would defer them to continue conversation with the board throughout the year, but not at this 11th hour, in my opinion, just before we need to get this budget approved and submitted to council before the 1st. So my My particular vote on deferring and having another meeting will be no. And I do believe that we need to take up the budget, allow the administration the time to actually defer on the items, continue the conversations on the proposals, because I think that they have some relevance. However, not at the 11th hour. I think that we need to continue to work on that throughout the year and to have the conversations. Yeah. Thank you.
Matt, yeah, I'd just like to, if I may.
Yes.
Okay. This narrative of the 11th hour, I just think is not fair, nor is it accurate. Our budget process is just like last year. So last year we had discussions. We said we were going to put them on the agenda and we would talk about them for this year. And then they never get on the agenda, we never talk about them. The process for this budget really is a year-round process. And so the conversations that we have around at our work sessions and have conversations around student achievement, everything that we do at a meeting feeds into ultimately the board being clear about its expectations and then having the budget reflect that. So when we started our budget process with the hearing in December, we didn't even have a written presentation. So I've taken time. I've brought these issues forward. I don't think there's anything I've put forward is new. As a board member, I feel that I have a right to ask questions and raise my thoughts and have them meld with other board members' thoughts so that the superintendent has the benefit of hearing from all of us collectively and individually. And so at the last meeting, we said that we would provide for additional thoughts and to submit those thoughts by a week ago to give the administration time to consider them. And so, as I mentioned a moment ago, I followed that process. And so, if the scenario was different, then the argument would be made that I didn't follow the rules and didn't give enough time. And now I try to follow the rules and provide enough time and don't get feedback, and then it's said that it's at the last minute. So I have worked to align my recommendations with conversations that the board has had. The board is going to have conversations around pay and compensation and being competitive. I think the board has a responsibility to be clear whether or not we're being competitive. And so I'm just offering up considerations for the board to be clear to the administration and the folks that we serve and represent what our intentions are so that we don't continue the pattern of there being confusion around what the board's expectations are as recommendations and things are being considered for board action. So I just wanted to put this narrative around waiting to the last minute to say that is simply not the case here.
One-on-one with Mr. Jordan before we got these items. Did Mr. Jordan have a conversation to bring these items to you as the superintendent to weigh in before this went to the full board?
The board's budget. Mr. Jordan can answer that question.
What was the question?
Did you guys have a meeting ahead of time?
If anyone in the administration or anyone on this board wants to point out one recommendation that I've put forward that they're hearing for the first time, I would welcome it.
Did you have?
And I did not schedule a one-on-one because what we were asked to do, the homework, which I completed, was to put forward concerns that we had at a specific time, and I took the time to put them together, to write them, to provide data. Just as when earlier when we were asked to submit questions, I submitted questions as well. So whatever is asked, whatever this board asks us to do as board members as part of our work to improve student outcomes, I do the very best I can to follow that, and I have followed it in this instance as well.
Yes, and Ms. Buffalo has needs an opportunity to speak as well.
And I will be quick. As far as the 11th hour, there are many school boards in the state of Virginia that will be voting on budgets next week. So this is not unheard of to postpone for another week. Secondly, as a former Norfolk Public School employee who was affected by the compression, I think there should be more talk. There should be a talk to one-on-one. We are competing with Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Hampton, Newport News, as far as Williamsburg. We need to pay our people. We need to put our money where what we value. So I believe there needs to be more talk about that. I do agree, and I will support postponing and having more discussion around the budget. But my recommendation as we move forward as a school board, I agree with Mr. Jordan. Talking about the budget is a year-round process. And after reviewing the budget process this year, I think that we really need to be intentional about having more discussions. I really enjoyed the dialogue that came out this afternoon around the discussion, and we as a board need to have more of that. And so I am prayerful that next year we can have a very solid, concrete budget planning calendar in our hand, so we can propose calendar in our hand, so we'll know what's coming forward, so we don't have to have these discussions a week before. Hopefully we'll be voting on a budget, and that we can be intentional, so we know what the people want, what they need. We're hearing from everyone, and we don't find ourselves rushed. And so, again, next year, moving forward, be strategic and getting that budget calendar available to the board, community, and really addressing what the needs are in our school district. So that's all I have, Dr. Mark.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Tanner.
So we are voting.
Right now,
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, right now, we're voting to delay the vote, correct?
That's correct.
I'm just making sure, okay.
Oh, I thought we were voting to approve.
No, because when we came back, that's why I'm making sure we're
Yeah,
clarifying the
voted on
vote, right.
Resolutions.
Yep.
The budget.
We already voted.
Right now, there is a motion to delay the vote on the budget to move it to March 22nd, and there is a second on the floor.
Right.
So that's what we are voting on right now.
Correct.
Okay. You ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. Basine? Aye. Buffalo?
Aye.
Hampson?
No.
Clanton?
No.
Gabriel?
Nay.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
I'm not ready to vote yet.
We all had to do it, so do you.
I know. I'll say yes.
Dr. Martin, I have a comment.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I would like to share my thanks and appreciation to Dr. Birdsong and her team for putting forth a solid budget. The budget is responsive to the needs of our students. It is based on academic data. It is based on the feedback that you have received from all teachers and staff members. I will admit that I do not have the perspective that Dr. Birdsong and her team has, but I know and I trust in her and her team that she has made the due diligence effort to receive that feedback and to try to do what's best for the whole. And this budget clearly demonstrates dedication to staff members by all of the areas that she has invested as far as compensation. No increase in health insurance premiums. Every year that Dr. Birdsong has put forth a budget, it has included a step increase. And in these most recent years, it has been an accelerated step increase. I too wish that we could put this compression behind us, and it will be done. It will be done. But we have to be fiscally responsible with our funds. And I do appreciate the amendments that have been brought forth by Mr. Jordan, Ms. Basine, the feedback from Ms. Campson, even from our school board representative. There are so many perspectives that we have to consider, but the person that we hired in order to run the day-to-day operations is Dr. Birdsong. It is not us. We do set policy. We have the complete ability to set a policy for a one-to-one step increase, and we can make that happen. And I think that we can make a calendar, as Ms. Buffalo said, that can truly get at ample discussion for the budget so that we are not faced with this dynamic of, are we supporting staff? Are we not supporting staff? Because I truly believe that we all want to support the staff. And we know that we are working in very difficult times right now with staff shortages. So I'm disappointed that we are pushing this vote off. We are doing a disservice to our students and to those who are working every day to make this happen. And us as board members, we need to do better with communicating these things to build trust amongst ourselves, so that way we can feel the support that we have for each other and for our superintendent.
Dr. Martin?
So what this means then is that we are coming back on the 22nd to have a meeting and further discussion on our budget. And what is the mission now for our superintendent? What is she coming back to do for us now? What is she going to bring back that's new that we are going to be voting on?
I don't think it's for Dr. Birdsong to bring something back that's new necessarily.
So what is going to be different on the 22nd?
Well, people have expressed they need more time, and I want to allow people the time that they need.
And I will say this, and I'll wrap up. We knew when we put forth the need for math and reading specialists almost 10 years ago, we put that in the budget, we allocated the funding for it, and we were not able to fill the positions. Dr. Birdsong and her staff created the Grow Your Own program. She looked at building capacity. Then we needed the psychologists. We still could not fill the psychologist. Dr. Birdsong and her staff built the capacity for this program. If you want to put forth mental health providers, go for it. We can't even get them staffed at the hospital. I'm the mental health provider right now. We can put the money in the budget, but what Dr. Birdsong and her team are doing is looking at capacity. What can we do over time to sustain and grow the academic outcomes? We are not the experts. We are board members. We are solid with our community, but we are also solid with working with the superintendent. And right now, we have just demonstrated that we are not working with our superintendent, as she is the educational expert with over 30 years. I do not believe that her budget discounts academic outcomes, nor does it discount the value that she sees in our staff members. But I think that we as board members are trying to put forth our individual concerns, which is appropriate, but we're not working together collectively to do that. This can be done this upcoming year with good, solid agenda planning and good, solid meetings and good discussion as we are going forth and working on our norms and our governance training. But what happened here is not supportive of the superintendent or the division.
Dr. Martin, may I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate and respect what my colleague, Dr. Gabriel, has raised, but I want to make sure I'm clear on some things, since I'm the one that put forth most of the motions. Nowhere in any of my motions or any of my comments have I said anything about not being supportive of Dr. Birdsong. Frankly, I have not suggested that any of the recommendations that have been put forward be eliminated. what I have put forward is for the board, Dr. Birdsong's responsibility, or a superintendent's responsibility, is to prepare a budget for the board's consideration. The board has a responsibility to set goals and expectations to support the superintendent in doing that. The superintendent submits a proposed budget to the board. The board then has an opportunity to respond to that, make adjustments, just like there's been suggestions in the past around all kinds of things. Then ultimately, it is the board's budget that is submitted, proposed budget that is submitted for City Council for action. The City Council takes action, it comes back to the board again, and then the superintendent and the board will consider what our final budget would be. Again, I appreciate the comments, but to me, there's often this effort to try to make this about, somehow we're not, it's us, some of us against Dr. Birdsong. That's not my concern. What I wrote clearly and the data that I put forward and the conversations that I've had at work session after work session deals with student outcomes, deals with the goals that the board has adopted in the strategic plan. And so one of the motions that I put forward, or consideration that's not time specific for the proposed budget, is for the board to adopt SMART goals to be clear. My personal view is if the board would adopt clear, focused, SMART goals around our priorities, then that provides the administration the flexibility and framework to do its job. I think part of our challenge has been and remains that we have put that off and put that off and put that off. And whenever there's an effort to try to have the board do its work, then it's like what I heard just here. I just want to be clear again, and you didn't have the benefit of being at the workshop earlier. We have much to be proud of in Norfolk Public Schools. We have much to be proud of in our compensation package. I said that earlier. There's areas where we can make improvements, and that significant area is around the steps. So I just put forth a policy to provide for the board to consider, to provide some framework and guidance for the superintendent moving forward. The other thing that is clear, we asked for the administration to give us tons of information and data, and they've done that. So I read it, and I looked at it, and I studied it, and I asked questions of Dr. Birdsong. I asked questions of folks when I do school visits. I talk to parents and students and others. What I am saying, and what I believe firmly, is that Norfolk is in a very precarious position when it comes to the reading of our students, all students, each and every one of them. We are also in another predicament, something that didn't get mentioned in terms of proclamations for the month. This is also VSBA Month on Students in Schools in Challenging Environments, which is a task force that I chair, which came out of 10 years ago, Norfolk Public Schools being under the threat of having schools taken over by the state because of our academic performance. We are in a similar environment today, and I don't think there's anything wrong as a board member and as a board to be focused on our student outcomes and to be clear about what we want to see happen. Because when I look at some of our scores, I see great things, and I know we're all talking about celebrating our achievements, and I'm right there with you. But if I look at a middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and the 6th graders and the 7th graders and the 8th graders on a star reading test have 70%, 75%, 86% of the students in a urgent category because they are not reading on grade level, there is nothing for me as an individual board member more important than this board, in my opinion, ought to be paying attention to are those student outcomes. And that collective conversation and work and understanding then allows the board to be clear with Dr. Birdsong, administration, any board, and any superintendent on what we prioritize and focus. And I think that there is alignment between what the administration has brought forward to us in terms of its analysis of our student achievement and what the board says it wants to prioritize. What's missing, in my view, is making sure that we're clear on what we're focusing on, and then as a board, we are making sure that the recommendations that we move forward move the needle. Tutoring might move the needle. I don't want to wait another 3 years I don't think we have to wait another 3 years to see on an interim basis how we're doing. I think we can look at that quarterly, we can look at it over time, and we can make adjustments. The children in the Ward 7 that I'm elected from, that has a disproportionate share of students in challenging environments and schools in challenging environments, what I've heard is they're tired of waiting. Even to the point where folks that wouldn't even talk about charter schools and lab schools have said to me they're willing to talk about any innovation that will advance their children. And so I think we should make sure that we are advancing excellence for all children and make sure that we are hearing all voices as we have the responsibility for representing the vision and values of the community as a whole. So thank you.
A call for the order of the day so we can get back to the agenda.
Yep. I'm sorry. Mr. Clanton, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a call for the order of the day that we can get back to the items of the agenda. I don't know where we are right now.
Yes, we're
but
about to begin comments on non-agenda items.
Personnel
report. Sorry. Thought that's where we were.
5.05.
Oh, because that got moved, right? Personnel. 4. All right, can I get a motion to adopt the personnel report?
Move for the adoption of the personnel report.
Is it revised?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Langston. Any
As
discussion
revised.
about the personnel report? It's the personnel report as amended.
Second.
Ms. Campson already seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, Ms. Tanner, please go ahead.
Basine?
Hey.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She said nay.
Nay, okay. Buffalo?
Yes.
Campson?
Yes.
Clanton?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Present.
No. Oh, are you doing present again, like you did before?
Yes.
Abstaining?
Okay.
Okay.
Aye.
Martin, aye.
All right. Up next, we have citizens' comments on non-agenda items. Ms. Tanner, how many people are signed up?
We have 9 people signed up for citizen comments on non-agenda items. Make an adjustment. The first individual is Nicole Evans. Are you present?
Yes.
Okay, please go to the podium.
My mom is up there too, but she has already gotten a little stiff, so she won't be able.
So Vita Evans,
yes.
she's not?
No.
Okay.
She can't get up.
Okay, so that's just 9.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Evans. I am a parent of a set of 10-year-old twins and a 5-year-old. We are currently enrolled in Virtual Virginia, enrolled by Norfolk Public Schools. And the reason why I asked to speak with you guys tonight, because me and my family is in desperate need of help. There's a situation that a lot of us are experiencing as parents, as children, and that is bullying. I heard a lot of parents, a lot of teachers, and also a parent said something about bullying tonight. But our situation is cyberbullying. Now, our situation with the cyberbullying started on November the 2nd, 2022. At the time we informed the administration of Virtual Virginia what was happening, they said they would handle it. It is to my understanding now that, I guess I'm old school, I guess people would say that, but when I was in school, My mother and if I had, well, it would be the parents of the complainer and the comparant of the one who did something and meet, and everybody come together with that. We were told that it would be handled, and it has not. As of late, we have had death threats, harassment, stalking, for now 2 months. We have alerted the administration for Norfolk Public Schools. To no avail. We have talked with the immediate people who are in charge of Virtual Virginia. We even reached out to our mayor, superintendent, all went on deaf ears. And as of tonight, before this meeting started, we got a phone call stating that my children will still be able to attend Virtual Virginia, but they're going to be in asynchronous, meaning they're not going to be with their teachers. They're not going to be with the kids that they know. This bully is still running rampant. My kids are being punished for being victims. When we thought we were getting help, we actually got victimized yet again by Norfolk Public Schools. We were asked, did we do it to ourselves? Did the kids do it? I got to listen to them cry every day since this has happened. What did I do wrong? As a parent, I can't answer that because you did nothing wrong. And they also feel like I failed them because you failed them. And if you go with the policy that you guys have in place, the acceptable use of policy computer systems, and on page 19110, letter F, users shall not obtain unauthorized access, including hacking and unlawful activities. H, superintendent and their, you guys supposed to stop cyberbullying. I don't have enough time to read it. I see my little time is dinging and I'm nervous and I'm trying not to cry because I'm supposed to be here to protect them and I can't. I'm sorry. But you need to take the time to read your own policy and help my babies because they can't go to school because the bully has hacked a Norfolk public school device, which is not allowing them to go to school. And they are taking tests, pretending to be my kids, answering the questions with 0. Their GPA was 99%. They're now down to a 50 with the threat of being disenrolled. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep it together, but it's hard because I got to go home now and tell them. I don't know what to tell them. I had to tell them again that I went before somebody who I think can help. And that's all I can tell them. But we need to be aware of cyberbullying and what it's doing to our kids. We need to get these kids some kind of help. And I am not a person that's going to sit there and say hurt people, because there is no excuse for it.
Thank you.
You have a good evening.
Is Ariel Jones here?
Good evening. Good evening, school board members, Chair Dr. Martin, Vice Chair Mrs. Moore Buffalo, and Superintendent Birdsong. My name is Ariel Jones, and I am a 13-year veteran teacher with Norfolk Public Schools. I am also a proud product of Norfolk Public Schools. I am here today to talk to you about school safety and the increasing number of violent incidents occurring in our schools. On October 14, 2022, I was assaulted by a student at my school. The student was supposed to be waiting in the guidance office for a parent to pick them up. The student left the guidance office after being told repeatedly to return. I was standing at my dismissal duty station when the student pushed me to the ground. I was facing away from the student and did not see them approach. I landed on my back and my right arm. As a result, I have a torn rotator cuff, and I need surgery to fix it. In addition, I have a cyst, and I have nerve damage. and I lose feeling in my left and my right hand and my middle finger. While the student was not aiming for me, the student was so out of control that they pushed me for simply standing at my duty station. I'm telling you my story to bring awareness to the type of violence that our teachers, administrators, students, and staff members are facing in our schools. The perceived lack of consequences give other students the idea that they can mimic negative behaviors and get away with it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Alexis Yearling. Alexis Yearling. Melissa Garman, you signed up for this section too?
I signed up to speak this time to talk about the staffing. 3 minutes wasn't enough time to cover it, and the budget was important. There's a report that you've received that has classroom teacher vacancies by location, and it's dated March 15th. In that report, it tells us that there are 108 teacher vacancies in elementary school, 20 vacancies in pre-K, K through 8, 3 through 8, 31 teacher vacancies in middle school, and 60 vacancies in high schools and auxiliary sites. That's 219 vacancies. At the beginning of the school year, I attended a meeting, and I believe it was said that at new teacher orientation, there were 330 new hires, over 300. That means last year you had an exodus of 400, 500, 600, because I think last year we had 170 vacancies, maybe my memory is not serving me there. And I have on my phone a speech that I gave April 19th, where I talked about between 218 and last school year, vacancies across the state had increased by 570%. So it frustrates me to hear that we're talking about staffing issues and payroll issues and other issues at the 11th hour, because it was April 19th I talked about it. When we were trying to tell you, we love this city, we love our kids, but we have to love ourselves, and we have to recognize our value, and we have to recognize our talents. And I came with 24 years of experience as a Navy chief. That covers from firefighting to basic first aid to all levels of management, administration, payroll, personnel management. I could make 6 figures anywhere with the talents that I have, but I always wanted to teach, and I always had a passion for special education because my son was special ed for inclusion with severe ADHD and a processing disorder. I am now a victim of the mismanagement in a sense that I have an extra grade level, and please don't call my school because it's not my principal's fault, okay? And I'm not complaining about my principal here, but I have an extra grade level. And while I'm within the threshold that VDOE says for the number of students that I have, that's not my complaint. But my complaint is that that grade level is entitled to its own SPED, but they have to share me. And my grade levels would normally be entitled to their own SPED, but they have to share me. And so each kid gets exactly what they deserve. Each kid gets every piece of me that I have to give to them, but it's not enough. You have 22 SPED inclusion staffing teachers missing, and you have 7 from self-contained. And I'm sorry, I got a little nervous, I'm going over, but I'm gonna tell you, I sit here and last month I heard you guys spend 45 minutes debating when school was gonna start, and I talked to you about chronic absenteeism. I'm gonna tell you that the staffing shortages, we need all of those things. Yes, we do, and we do need good buildings, but you guys are elected by the parents and the residents of the city to be an objective ear for the teachers who come here to talk, the parents who come here to talk, and to be oversight over our school district.
Thank you.
And this is 90 vacancies short, and when it compares.
Elise Peterson McMath.
Good evening again. My energy is much lower now due to the time. My name is Elise Peterson McMath. I wanted to speak to you all as an ESL professional with 8 years of experience in ESL education and a degree in linguistics and certification to teach English to speakers of other languages at the University of Virginia. Again, I represent the organization New Virginia Majority, and I am a public education community organizer who works with parents, teachers, and community advocates and other organizations. So I have heard from ESL families across all wards, and they have all identified the same needs for bilingual front office staff, counselors, and school psychologists so that these resources are accessible to their students, the need for more psychologists and behavior specialists in schools to create safer schools, more meaningful communication from schools, not just emails and robocalls, and for communications to be in Spanish. For more opportunities to build relationships with teachers, especially for non-English speaking parents, such as providing interpreters at NPS events, such as back to school night, and to have staff dedicated to monitoring restrooms and doors around the school to ensure students are not doing drugs or fighting in the bathrooms and not leaving the building during the academic day. A few things that I find particularly troubling because they are in violation of English learners' civil rights that are protected by federal law are the reports from parents receiving communications from the schools, such as emails and robocalls in English. Many administrators might respond saying that parents receive communications in the home language that is registered in the system for the student, which brings me to another concern, the lack of a welcome center in Norfolk to register students into the school system. A lack of investment here might be a reason why parents' home language might be incorrectly inputted into the system. I'm not sure, but it's a problem that needs to be resolved to avoid a complaint from the Department of Justice, because that is one of the civil rights that's protected under federal law, that parents of English learners receive meaningful communications from the school district. And my last concern regards literacy and math test scores and the dropout rate for English learners at schools like Norview High School that house the ESL Newcomer Academy. 45% of English learners are dropping out and not finishing their studies. So what that demonstrates to me is an inability for ELs, English learners, to meaningfully participate in the curricular programs at their schools, which again is another violation of their civil rights under federal law. I'd like to remind the board of situations that have occurred in Arlington and Prince William County when these complaints have been brought before the Department of Justice, and to remind you all that we are in communication with parents and these are serious concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Carl Poole is still here.
I am.
Okay.
Dr. Birdsong, members of the board, I won't take up much of your time right now. I am Carl Poole. I live at 1049 West 49th Street, Norfolk, Virginia 23508. I would like to make a formal FOIA request. There are 3 items to which I want to add to that FOIA request right now. Number 1, that I be given the number of FOIA requests that have come into Norfolk Public Schools within the last 365 days, 1 year, basically between March 15th, 2022 and March 15th tonight, 2023. The second item I wish to be able to get is the, that first item I wanted to list it by month and by date. So basically how many each month and when did they come in, and then the total number of in the last 365 days. Number 2, I'd like to know the number of requests for which the requester was required to pay a fee by Norfolk Public Schools in order to obtain public information. I would like to know that number, not only in its totality, but in by month and by day. Number 3, I would like to know the number of requesters who were actually given the information they requested, the public information they requested from Norfolk Public Schools. I would like that number broken down within the next, for the 365 days, broken down by month. That's my request. I don't have to make that a written request. I can tell you that since you are the representatives of a public body. I don't have to talk to FOIA officers because those are officers you assign. I'm assuming that you'll tell them. And since this is on video, I figure that's as much documentation that you need. If your FOIA officers wish to know more detail about my request, they can always watch the video. Thank you.
Jamie Haas.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this platform today. I would like to start this off with saying I am a born and raised in Norfolk, proud Norfolk resident. I graduated from Lake Taylor High School in 2009, and I used to attend Azalea Garden Middle School where Ms. Birdsong, you were the principal for me at that time. So let me start this off with, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Life as we all have know it has been changed forever since COVID shut down the world. I would like to emphasize the best thing that occurred during this time frame. There were 0 instances of gun violence within schools during that time frame. I am here today as a concerned mother and also a taxpayer, as I am fully aware that many matters of urgency are ultimately determined by capital. Our country is suffering deeply from a gun violence epidemic. No places are deemed safe anymore, from primary schools to colleges, churches, movie theaters, grocery stores, festivals, parades, you name it. There are children in our community and all around that they live in literal hell on earth situations, and coming to school is their only safe place that these children have. And coming to school is their only safe place, and sometimes the only place that they are receiving basic essentials such as nourishment, a loving environment, food, healthy snacks, and socialization with kids. With that being said, we owe it to the future of the world to provide a safer learning environment for our babies. Please enlighten me how I, Jamie, as a single person and as a mother, what I can do to help advocate for safer schools for our community. And I leave it with these 2 questions. What corrective actions are being implemented stemming from the incident at Little Creek Elementary, where my daughter attends in pre-K, where a first grader brought a gun to school? And does the budget for the new year include for metal detectors to be installed throughout Norfolk Public Schools? Thank you.
Hunter Knopfsinger.
Good evening. So my name's Hunter Knopfsinger. I am a resident of Norfolk and an organizer with the Sierra Club Virginia chapter. And I'm here today to talk about something that is definitely not on the top of people's minds. But because the proposed budget for the 2024 fiscal year includes $8.2 million in roof replacements for 4 schools in Norfolk, I wanted to talk about making those roofs solar ready. So this can be done by taking steps like minimizing rooftop equipment to maximize available open area for solar panel placement, and ensuring the roof is capable of carrying the load of the solar equipment. Simple steps like this can prepare the schools to have rooftop solar panels installed with little to no extra cost. The roofs will also last much longer and require less upkeep and maintenance if solar panels are installed, because they avoid UV damage and the day and night thermal swings that can cause cracking in the roofs in the long term. When considering making new roofs solar ready, it's also important to note that Norfolk Public Schools can have solar installed at no cost through power purchase agreements. Many schools throughout Virginia have already taken advantage of opportunities like this, including schools in Virginia Beach. Utilizing solar energy will also save the school district money on energy costs, and you can then put those savings towards teachers' salaries. You can also put it towards equipment for students and more. As you are considering teacher retention and recruitment, solar energy is a valuable long-term resource for allocating funds from energy costs to teachers and staff. Thank you.
This concludes our speakers for this evening.
All right, thank you, everyone. It was a really good discussion about our budget and items, so I appreciate you all, and have a safe ride home. The meeting is adjourned.